Hola. Uh, well, guys, we're here again. I was streaming just 12 hours ago. Dang. I was quite excited to log on today. For the sake of people coming in and wanting to see some Gollum Works tech, I've conveniently started the stream with a demonstration. Observe. We have the Spy Master chain on the outside. Most people know how to do that. As of yesterday, I did manage to close off this loop. So there was a road here. And it started with the thaumaturge. And then I used this and got that in there. And then I locked this one, I think. I don't know. Had like a 50-50 or something like that. To remove the road. Or at least a 30% chance. And it's not a big deal. I mean, I can keep replacing the pieces. If not, we'll use extra locks. But with the SimCity, we can't like guarantee that it removes something every time. And then we also have on the right-hand side the Gollum Works road in the making. You will see that I have an interesting selection of medallions I've been saving up for the right moment. It's especially a good idea to save medallions that you're trying to work on with these sort of illegal construction techs, with the conjunction of the sacrifice room card. If you can, in fact, make some moves there. We can. Eventually I will connect these two, and this will connect back up here, and it'll be almost completely done that way. The Corruption Chamber Thaumaturge setup is on the same chain as the Gollum Work stuff, so we kind of got two hard setups going on at once. But yeah, we can get a lot of this done right here. So I can put the Gollum Works here. I can put this smithy here. I can put this Gollum Works here. And then I could put the smithy here, but there's no real point to do that. Instead, I'm simply going to delete this room and lock this sucker right here. Notice I will be able to string this along that way if I want. And now that's a lot of hard work done in the Gollum Works road chain. Completely controlled. And so waiting as a sacrifice chamber. Now I would have put these together anyway with or without medallions eventually and tried to, you know, pseudo-lock some things and eventually get the RNG moment where it rips off the road anyway. But the beautiful thing about my decision here to not use the sacrifice chamber as a core room in the link makes this an option all throughout the construction process. Cannot be understated how valuable that is. This room is not any more rare than any of the other rooms. If you don't have it already, and the sacrifice card comes up pretty frequently, I'll use it again, or it'll get deleted, or I'll use it and then it'll delete naturally. Either way, that's fine. This sacrifice chamber will be one of the last rooms I put together, actually, as I backdrop this back to the beginning. So it's nice. We got a nice thing going on here, and I got so many Spy Masters I should be able to sustain locking these together, and then this one as well. And I might just build a bunch of garbage here in the meantime, so I don't even need to lock this. Hoping to get some opportunities to get my limbs back if I can put a synth flesh right here. And if this survives for more than one round, we'll see. Probably safe to do that for now. Be going another alclab here to put a double thaumaturge and sync these up with a couple more catalysts of corruption. This will be alchemy medallion. I already have an alchemy medallion and smithy, and eventually I will connect these here. This can decay off now. Actually, I hope this decays off. And then the sacrifice chamber once again will be used as a final destruction there. I will link this here as well. This will be Smithy, Gollum Works, Smithy, Gollum Works, Smithy. And the roads are already in perfect place for that, and they're going to hold there as well because of the way things are. So the road is actually perfectly set. I won't even have to worry about the road deleting itself there, which is really nice. 60 out of 60. We already got this locked. We'll get this locked. I mean, I will actually settle for losing a Spy Master. Or, well, actually, well, that would require me to do armory here. That would kind of work. No, I'd rather not lose the Spy Master. I can lose this Catalyst of Corruption. But I can't lose this Thaumaturge. Okay. Oh, we need to stockpile some lock medallions if possible. Try to get ahead on that. 14 Spy Masters ought to do the trick. So yesterday when we started stream, I was having a rough run of it, trying to get the Architect moved over, and then, you know, I had also lost 4 Spy Masters because of some BS RNG. And, I figured it'd probably happen. I mean, I was way overdue for some good moments, and we definitely made some progress yesterday. A lot of it on stream, and a little bit more off stream. I really didn't run hardly any temples off stream though. So the last few temple rounds have been extremely good for me. Doing things the way I'm doing is a little bit. It's simultaneously more controlled and more chaotic because. It's more controlled in the sense that I'm utilizing the sacrifice chamber, which is the most controlled way to set up rooms, but it's also more chaotic in that I'm not fully utilizing like locks and controlling like deletions and stuff. Still got a Sim City out there, so a bit of chaos and what gets deleted and what doesn't. But it allows me to work on multiple chains at the same time, and things will typically pan out over time relatively quickly on that. Or I'll get lucky and everything will just come together really fast. It's kind of like what happened today. Where is the guy? Where is this guy? Where did he live? How did he survive? One. Character screen? Yeah. I didn't even check. Dropped a medallion here. Snoo McSnoo Face. That's an interesting name. Mr. Lemmer. What would be the best build for temple running in a small private league will likely make Headhunter top gear quite inaccessible? Yeah, I don't really know. I think I'm more out of the loop than ever before on possible builds for that private league. Honestly though, because everything in the temple is so easy, and defensively you probably want to play a glass cannon. And there's no penalty for dying. You know, you can keep running in the temple. I mean, there's no question that this is a glass cannon league. With or without Headhunter, so, you know, like, I think Twister is a glass cannon build. My Twister Deadeye would be excellent. With the cheap uniques. I mean, that'd be straight up S tier. I'm sure that, like, that any bow build would be like any traditionally strong bow build, lightning arrow or the poison Pathfinder stuff, that would also be great. Oh, we are knocking it out of the park here. If we get 4 of these, I'll definitely leave the room. Yup. Well, actually, I think I'll finish it and then lock them in advance, and then lock the other ones in advance. Get way ahead of the curve. Wow. That's sick. Stuck. Getting a lock medallion in almost every room. Well, it's been a while since I've seen that, actually. Seems I might need these points. Jeez. Out of this. I changed my build a tiny bit. Not enough to like make meaningful commentary on it, but I did pull the points out of the armor break as well as the leech, and it's causing my mana. And my mana situation is only going to get worse because I got double. I got like 16% mana leech right now. It's never going to get higher really, and my spell cost is just going to get higher. I can use efficiency support though if I need to. I've cast on Elemental Ailment now. That's the higher end version. A Gollum works. That's so good. Oh my god, a Gollum works right now. This is exactly the time when I want to get the stockpile of Gollum works room. Holy, I got a Smithy and a Gollum works still coming my way. Have to run back for this one. I'm gonna finish this run and then port out, lock things, and run backwards. Hopefully get another lock. My one alchemy lab. Woo. Another destabilization room. I think I got 5 lock rooms in this run. Yeah, I got 5 lock rooms. Perfect. Went even better than I thought it would. Getting that Gollum works too. I thought you'd have a cat charm by now. Oh no, dude. I barely made any currency because I've been making temples without them being optimized. Because if you make a S tier temple, it can't be optimized until the very end. I still, you know, make a decent amount of currency. I wake up with like 50 to 100 div. I'm working on another spear for Whirling Slash. Omens are like 12 div a piece. I mean, it's just like you spend currency as fast as you get it. Working on a new body armor, working on a new amulet, and yeah, anytime I even use one of those big omens on that, it's just all my currency just gone instantly. Well. Isn't cat charm like a couple mirrors or something?
Another medallion. Medallion.
Not knowing the price of mirrors? Oh, 780 div is cheap. Wow. I'm surprised that's that cheap. Huh. Because I heard it was like mirrors or something. It's gonna go there. I lost a room somewhere. Smithy, Gollum marks. Smithy, Gollum marks. Connect these right now. Nothing to do with this than just that. Anything? Might as well prioritize these as generators. Doesn't matter right now. This spot down here. Do I have an updated public path of building with Headhunter? I just have my profile right now. I mean, no, I do have... Wait, no, I have, yeah, I got a path of building for a Headhunter with Tangle Tongue still, but yeah. It was a few videos back. There's like multiple POBs in the description of the video. I think like tech video with like charges or something maybe had that. I still have yet to work on the sort of like perceived best in slot. I basically have convinced myself not to pursue Trinity though on this build. I might change my mind later, but treasure vault. I mean, I'll pick it up just for karma's sake. Worst room in the game. I wish the treasure vault card didn't exist. You know, maybe maybe in future leagues they'll give us like a way to weight our card. You know, actually that will happen. So like the Atlas passive tree next league will have Baal Temple in there, and it'll weight the rooms. It'll give you options to weight the rooms. You can constantly change the passives around. Like room cards will be more likely to be, or like medallions will be more likely to be room cards. Room cards will be more likely to be corruption chambers or something like that. You can like really adjust the weightings. That'd actually be pretty sweet. Well, I think most people would rather them just make them a tradable commodity too, so it'll be worth nothing then, though. There'd be nothing more novel about getting your temple up and running. You guys think it'd be a good idea or a bad idea in the long run if they made medallions tradable? One destabilization.
Perhaps you will be a viability.
I saw a YouTube video, PoE video, right before streaming today. A very peculiar one. There's a Jazzerus female character ranking. It's pretty funny. Can't even answer that question because I don't know if Temple is going to be juicing mechanic or loot tile mechanic in the future iteration. It is, yeah, it is both right now. You know, the earlier way of farming is loot tile, kind of, or not really loot tile, but specific rewards. Like the balance or infuser and stuff. I didn't even think of this, but I guess double corruption is going to go core. Perfect, I would prefer for it to not be tradable, so much more rewarding. When you finally put in all that effort and RNG building technique skill and your temple is complete without buying rooms from others. Yeah, I think that's a fair take. I feel kind of similar. I try to imagine like if tomorrow GG comes out with a patch where you can buy and trade rooms, it's gonna make me feel so shitty inside because of all that time and effort and prestige and getting it done the hard way out the window. Ooh, Garrison. Garrison, I don't really need the Garrison all that much. I'm gonna want those a lot in the end, but can't really use them. How do you keep throwing full stack of Whirling Slash with a lot of twisters like that? Well, if you cast twisters only on full stacks of Whirling Slash, they never eat up your Whirling Slash. Because they can only be empowered 3 times. So, when I move, I immediately have, like, within almost a blink of an eye, I have a triple Whirling Slash already. So almost any time, only if I get Shroud Walked right in the middle of casting Twister will I not have a full empowered Twister. Like right there, like that actually happened right there, I think. But yeah. Oh dang! I didn't get no 5 lock medallions this time. Got 1 maybe. Maybe.
Perhaps you will be a weak.
Armory. Okay, I did need that actually.
I'll,
Starting to drive me freaking crazy.
devout human honesty.
Back to the soil.
Check something. Re-armors, really? Re? Is that necessary? No point in the spy master at all. Yeah, that round was garbage. Didn't get anything I needed. What is up with this square? The weird looking path. Would Trinity function properly if I used it on weapon set 2? I have an extra 100 spirit because I'm using Shrine Scepter instead of Crit Weakness now. You don't have an extra 100 spirit unless you're also not using Lead Me Through Grace. Because you don't get spirit from any gear with the same ascendancies that I'm using. Hence, that's one big reason why I'm not going Scepter. Yeah, then sure. Good.
You challenge the ghost of the past.
Did you Twister build last league and loved it? Been doing the Scattering Calamity this league and have been loving it as well. What's the difference with Twister this league? Oh, well, it's kind of a big difference. This is Invoker, cast on Crit Spark, setup, cast on Ailment, and cast on Crit Spark. Fire Flame Wall is also in there. The double synergy for projectile boost. Scaling prog speed, skill effecturation. These all have a profoundly big effect on scaling of both of those things. AoE does not, attacks does not, but yeah, Twister is a terrific delivery system for both freeze and, you know, well, ailments and crits. Can be at least. So I sacrifice some of the damage on Twister to get more, like, basically make it 100% crit chance. And, yeah, it's working really nice. Invoker has a lot of great ascendancies for this setup as well. Treasure Vault again. What do I think about Sun Splitter for the coming Calamity version of this build? Well, Sun Splitter could be decent just in general, but I don't think it would be like a +3 focus. Because you're not going to get use out of that max res component, like hardly at all. That would be a weapon set 2 only thing. So I originally looked at Sun Splitter as a viable weapon set 2 item for this build, but actually I would just use a regular focus with gem or spell gem level before I would do that. Well, I'm not using Trinity though. I'm talking about my build. Trinity on weapon swap? Yeah, I've tried it. I mean, it might be good, decent, but I would really rather have it on both. I wanted it on both last time because I actually did real damage with my Whirling Slash. That's kind of changed now with no more Defy 2, Surround Tech guaranteed. Kind of need to keep Whirling Slash lower level. I mean, it still works, but you could still do that helmet if you want. You basically just have to use Whirling Slash at level 1. Do a lot less damage with it. So I mean, it's still viable. It's just worse. Your Whirling Slash damage. Yeah, we get a lot of twisters. I got frenzy charges easy. Also, a lot of what you see is like, because of the MTX, you can't see it very well. It's a lot of spark, too. Absolutely terrific for this League mechanic. I got lucky picking a build variation like this, and it wasn't a boss. Like, this build variation is weaker on bossing, like, way stronger on this sort of, like, weird corridor type content. Heck. Mana siphoner. Mana drain, the bane of my existence. There it is. I'd like at least one more of those, please. Oh yeah. Terrific for Spy Master rooms.
The vow of many on
The second treasure vault medallion? Come on. There's 3 treasure vault medallions in 2 rounds. What the hell? Bro.
the vow of many on
You guys know if monster effectiveness is 1-for-1 quantity, like 1000% increased monster effectiveness is 10x loot.
the vow of many on
Well, I only got 2 locks. This one.
This medallion.
I don't think I have to lock that down there. Obviously not. Ooh! Whoa! That is quite interesting. Wait, I'm so retarded. Why did I put that there? Actually, it doesn't matter that much. Ooh. Yeah, we go for the YOLO here. It's YOLO time. All right. So, I really wish I had a sacrifice chamber right now. I would delete this. But I can lock this, this, and this, and that'll at least keep the important stuff alive. Wait a minute. Considering I have a smithy here, yeah, I would probably do that. Acquire 3 life. This is why I want to have extra locks. At the very least, I'm locking that. Let's pray for a lot of locks. I gotta lock this too. That's actually second priority, and then after that would be. I guess. If I don't lock any of this, pretty unlikely that it removes that, but that would be really goated if it did. So I got an extra smithy room too. It didn't even remove any of these rooms. I didn't lock that down there. That's crazy.
A place in perpetual motion.
So I don't have to do all this freaking like keep going in constantly, waiting for the exact perfect rooms. See, like instead of getting a bunch of Gollum work smithies, I could have got a bunch of thaumaturges and catalyst of corruption. I still would have been able to do a lot with that if it had been that instead. So this is why I like this setup better than like just one chain at a time, lock in, go in and out. You got to run even more maps because you're basically just fishing for the exact sequence of rooms, which, you know, may not happen for 10, 20 temples straight. You can go 10, 20 temples straight without a freaking armory or something, and then like you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, can't work on anything else. What in the world? Wait, there's still another guy? This guy? Oh, there's still another guy. Man.
The vow of many lives.
Hey, time lost jewel, 50 doves, sale. Hey. What is going on here with this run? Am I just spacing out? Must be. Unbound Avatar. I mean, it seems kind of pointless. The only way I can do Unbound Avatar is if I drop... I'd have to drop Elemental Expression at least. It's possible I might try that, but I mean, that's pretty rough. Especially when I learned that I really don't even need the Chilled Ground Twisters on this build at all. That's put a massive hurt on my desire to, like, drop any of the other Ascendancies. The first Ascendancy I might drop would be, especially going with a Valor Gallia, would be the from Grace. Okay, and then I would, because a Valor Gallia, conveniently, the way it's crafted, would give it Spirit on it. If I did that, I could probably craft an amulet with a huge Spirit roll as well, and I could get at least somewhat close to what I want. That was completely out of the question before when I was contemplating, like, you know, maximum Spirit build, Trinity, and all that. However, I think I might end up going kind of low Trinity count, or I mean low Spirit count, with like breach rings, not unset rings, not a whole ton of Spirit gems like I did last time. The reason, one of the big reasons goes Calandra's Touch and Breach Ring is because actually the double mana leech in particular is really, really strong. The double, like you could get up to like 18% mana leech. It's actually kind of really big. Damn, I'm not getting any rooms yet. And you can also double corrupt rings, so in the end you would have like a double corrupted ring with like rarity implicit and, you know, skill speed, or rarity and crit multi, or rarity and all res or something. And you could have like an absolute bonkers, you know, double ring, mirrored ring setup this league. So and unfortunately you can't do that with unset rings for some stupid reason. There we go. It's one lock room.
The vow have many unseen.
I don't think Unbound Avatar would even do all that much other than just the increased damage. It would give me more ignites and shocks, but it wouldn't really give me more freeze because I already because you can only freeze an enemy one time before it dies anyway. In content like this. So if I'm already freezing every enemy once before it dies, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It would basically just be for the damage. I'm also not really scaling cooldown in any massive way, so... Commander.
Perhaps I will be on my galactic side.
Come on, dude, we need more locks.
Many unseen.
%35% movement speed boost.
You challenge the best of the best.
Alright, got at least 2 this run. Really hoping for 3 per run. 3 per run's not asking a whole lot. If I got 14 of these things.
Challenge the best of the best.
Shrine Scepter.
The vow of many unseen.
You guys feel like the Garrison Commander lines are way worse loot than the Legion, Elite Legion, and the Spy Master lines? Do people still feel that way? Like talking about the actual mobs. Oh, I sold some sandals for 12 divine.
The vow of many unseen.
Yeah. This div to the exact this build? Oh, I don't know. Somewhere around the 1,000 to 2,000 div, maybe. There's very high quality, cheap versions of this build, though. You don't have to have, like, it's not like Temporalis or a build or something like that where you have to have some crazy sum of currency to even get it started. It's not like that. You can make this build functionally speaking on one divine budget. Alright, we're gonna lock that. That and that. Let's see what happens. So hit that. I pulled the wrong thing. Not surprised. Cool, I got Smithy right back. Here. Another go at it. Yeah. I mean, I have to lock this now. Telling you what, though, if I get a string of thaumaturges and corruption chambers, that is, like, done. Except, you know, killing this. Oh, I can't delete that. I have to delete this. No, it doesn't matter. I really want this to delete. Delete this, please. Or if I'd have got the sacrificial chamber, that would have been clutch as well.
These stones obey all magics.
There's a Covenant suddenly dropping a bunch. Just dropped the second one of those. Did that just, like, recently actually become worth something? I hadn't seen one all league and then suddenly it dropped. It's worth like 5 div, or 4 or 5 div. Do I have a budget build for this? Yeah. See my YouTube channel, a recent video, 2 minutes 45 seconds. Check out that video. It's an overview of the build. Got path of building link on the, or PoE Ninja link to that version. Some other videos too that have slightly higher versions of the build. I need to put it all on a max roll or mobilytics guide. I already said I'm gonna do mobilytics this time, so I just want to get this temple done first, really badly. I keep putting it off. It's not like me, but I'm so close. I want to make a temple video more than anything.
Perhaps you will be on my collector's side.
Give me the new sub on YouTube. Ooh, boy. Yay. Welcome aboard. We got Discord too. If you have more questions over there, you can always go to our Discord. Well, this may all come crashing down if I don't get any locks. I got a lock in the wrong room. Okay. Oh my god, what? Loot filter, Omega Strict.
The vow of many
Aha! Ah, sneaky. I barely caught a glimpse of that. I wonder how many times I've missed those rooms. Getting used to like the radius circling around right after you clear the room just to make sure it's not on the edges. This here. For some reason, like, basically for a week straight, I've been looking for an opportunity to get my limbs back. Now I know I don't have to delete them, and I just cannot for the life of me ever get an opportunity to get those limbs. But I do have a game plan. I can put it in the bottom here if I ever get the right rooms. But you just never seem to get the right rooms for that, though. Trinity is insane. Okay. Well, that's good news. Ooh, we got third lock. Third lock.
the vow of many unseen. The vow of many unseen.
Yeah, you don't lose your limbs that way. I did test that. It's true. You do sacrifice your temple though. Like if you die in the temple and you exit out, you can't resurrect in the temple. So there's something to keep in mind. There's major intel at the very end of last stream. Actually, that's where we found that out. Oh hell yeah! See one there. It's technically the smartest lock here. One of these two smithies, if I only have a choice. It's gonna be that one, technically. Oh my god, so good. Ooh. 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 And the sacrifice chamber comes up now. Now that I don't need it. Of course. Now that I don't need it. It would have been cool if, like, the smithy deleted, put it back on, sacrifice chamber, boom, gone. There you go, guys. Look at that. I mean, that's basically done. Almost nothing left to do there. I'll get rid of this, and then smithy that. I'll just hold on to this for now. I do not need a spy master, dude. I do not need that. Yep. I'm pretty blessed to get through this. I got through this fast, really fast. Probably faster than anybody has ever had. It started over here, and that's been on hold because I'm just not getting any rooms for this stuff. But I can hold it, you know, with one lock, so it's fine. Now, and then just suddenly, like, I mean, I basically built all of this in like 4 temples or something. It was like 4 temples to build all of it. That's crazy. 4 or 5, yeah, maybe 5 or 6. Actually, it was really, really fast. All right, we'll put the sacrifice chamber down. Let's see, we can. I guess we still do rooms here. I like how it's so close to all of these, but doesn't power any of them. I guess I just... It's gonna be here eventually anyway. Thaumaturges and corruption chambers. I ain't seen any of them. Now I only need 3 locks. 1, 2, 3. Get easier. This is absolutely top priority lock right now. Actually, yeah, because I could still reverse. If I lose this, I can reverse it in there. Yeah, this is top priority. So even if I lost the spy master, I could go like this way and put it back in. Prefer not to do that. Young Wydock. What is up, my guy? You haven't slept since my last stream. What is wrong with you, man? You need to get some bed shut eye. I need to find. Hold on, I gotta do something real quick. I'm relogging. You gonna sleep now? Oh, nice. You got the lady coming back. Your lady friend. Oh, sorry, I missed the question earlier. Is that temple can reset, or do you need to kill Atsiri to reset temple? You cannot hard reset your temple, but you can soft reset it by deleting a ton of rooms at once, by killing the architect and/or Atsiri. I don't know if Atsiri, actually killing her deletes even more rooms than the architect, probably. But yeah.
No matter.
So 13 days left. What? 13 days? Dude, it's like 2 whole weeks. You could like build a temple, farm multiple mirrors. Oh, get back on the grind. What are you doing? Maybe at least making that video. Did you release a video you were working on?
You challenge
Meet the dreamer.
You can loop, it'll destroy a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah, loop and kill the architect at the same time.
the vow many unseen. Perhaps I will be of my lack of that.
Need more mana.
Got one lock.
The vow many unseen.
Back to the soil. Arms for the monstrosity.
Reroll. Okay. I feel like rerolls are a common substitution for locks in those rooms.
The vow many unseen.
No mana.
Did I get some increased CDR in my gear? No, there's not any major reason to get CDR, but I have the you know, this Katal's Rejuvenation lineage gem, which costs 6 spirit. It's a ton of CDR. So that's there. Nice. Yeah, it's actually a wacky amount of CDR. I still think of it just as it's not a mandatory item though. It's just a luxury item that makes the barrage uptime smooth out, allows you to cast Twister more often. That combined with Anticipation and its small nodes being moved over is really huge. And really lucky because apparently Anticipation doesn't have an anoint anymore. They forgot to put it in or something. Which is absolutely would have made me freaking livid if it hadn't moved over and I had to do the anoint. Oh yeah, I should probably level my my barrage. I didn't think about that. That would be pretty cheap to do. I haven't gone 2120 spirit gems because those are crazy expensive, but now all the skill gems should be. Oh hell yeah, we got all three. We got all three on lockdown.
Perhaps you will be on my path of that.
I need to label these videos. So I'm recording videos at the same time. Some of what's happening on stream is going to be in a video.
The vow of many unseen.
Need more mana.
The vow of many unseen.
No mana.
Perhaps you will be on my path of that.
No, those are NVIDIA snapshot of videos I'm working on. It's like last 5 minutes of recording. I don't think Gollum works? Wait, do I even need one? I need one here later. I don't even need that for a long time. Oh well. I guess. I guess.
Perhaps you will be on my path of that.
I find this hard to believe. I actually dropped that anoint temporarily, put fervor on. I'm just kind of testing if I like it or not. Because I got fervor, so getting fervor allowed me to remove this because I need the 1 extra point, the AoE breakpoint, but actually I don't need it now because I moved this, but I might not keep that here too, so I'm actually overclocking AoE. It's not the most efficient version of the build at this second, but I could also path here for 4 points, but I removed these points. I kind of don't want to do this whole thing up here, but I'm going to have to if... I may not have to. I might be able to skip that and actually get a gem, because this is 15... Even just the 15 additional attributes might be enough for me to drop all attributes on my... I think it is barely enough for me to drop all attributes on my amulet, because I'm looking for a way to drop that. So it looks like I'm very close to being able to drop that. Hence working on new amulet.
Perhaps you will. You shall fall.
Updated POB. If you want like an updated POB, you just have to check profile. So that's in the link in the description of the YouTube video. It may not have this exact version right now because I'm like testing a little bit. Oh, bro, don't do this to me. Mob better be here somewhere. Okay. And another destabilization, yo. Yo. Too good. Too good. Man, maybe I can sustain 3 off of 11 Spy Masters most of the time. Maybe. Oh, nope. I know your tricks. I know your tricks. I'm doing it this way. I want to make sure that checkpoint registers. I'll check right now to combat. .58 attacks per second.
No matter the path, I'll walk it.
Oh yeah, it's more than that. No, it's actually probably close to 8 with all buffs up. You got Onslaught too. Maybe something else. If I get my limbs back, that'll be kind of big. I'm missing my limbs. Sacrificial chamber again. Dude, it keeps giving me all the wrong rooms. Frick's sake, dude. Need this to delete. Wait. At least a couple useful rooms. Hmm. Oh yeah, I need to be putting rooms right here too. Better to go CI? After Tangle Tongue it is. Do you full clear temple when you're building it, or do you have enough to log out and close out again? Alright, so there's basically 2 fundamental ways to do temple if you're doing like one. Okay, so the fewer snakes you're working on at once, in other words, if you're building like just one major snake for the most part, which is I think the more popular route. Why is that lagging? FPS absolutely crushed it. My FPS is... What the hell? What's going on? Something ain't right. My lord, dude. I need to relog again. Okay. Something didn't load up right there. No, I just rebooted the game. If you build the temple... Sorry, I got distracted. If you build the temple one snake at a time, then you're at the luxury of spending less time in the temple, but you'll be spending more time in the maps, because you'll have to get fewer locks. You'll have less to do in the temple. You're basically just spinning the wheel, waiting for the exact room combinations you're looking for. But it's simple, and you just get in, get one lock or whatever, and then you get out. And then, well, I mean, you fill it up till you're maxed on your. You probably like run it until you get maximum medallions of whatever's useful, and then you get out. I'm doing it differently. I like building multiple chains at once. I got more to do. I got more selection of rooms. Some particular rooms are, you know. Well, I mean, I noticed that my temple was set up in such a way where I could basically work on 1, 2, or even 3 of 3 different links at once, depending on where I'm at in the chain. And I could just create, like, you know, I call it the Sim City out in the open. Okay, now I can't. Oh my god, dude. Spy Master? No value. Yeah, so especially with the hotfix 15, they delete so few rooms that, like, you really can just kind of brute force your temple by working on multiple links at once. But it is more convoluted. You have to be smarter about, like, the pathing especially. Like, I have to be very careful with the pathing. I realized in advance I could only path this way, and I could, like, I can't build a path here, 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 you know. Even here will have to get removed eventually. You have to really know what you're doing to make all that work. How come every single room I'm doing is, like, bugging out? What the fuck? I can't get through any room. What? That's dumb. There's no mobs. Literally no mobs. Stop. Oh my god. My freaking nerves.
The vows have many unseen.
Gotta fight bugs with bugs. Can't beat them, join them, I guess. I mean, calamity. Had that helmet. Well, I'm not having crazy FPS issues now. I'm sad. I feel bad, dude. I'm about to have to delete a Spy Master medallion. Somebody in chat's mega triggered. Imagine deleting a Spy Master medallion. Ooh. Oof. Ooh. No, the temple seems to be okay now. I think I just got really unlucky, juked, bugged rooms for a second there. Oh. Ain't even worth anything.
The vow of many unseen.
Corruption chamber. There we go. Need that. Definitely need that. Hold on to that for the opportune moment.
You challenge
You're gonna be hard stuck. Why are you saying that? You just saw me get through it.
the vow of many unseen.
Let's check the beginning of the stream. Like 5 minutes in the stream, I had like a big moment with golems. This is what I got now. Getting there. Definitely getting there. Okay, every room is screwing me over again. Yes. How that mob was there, I have no idea.
The vow of many unseen.
Great balls of fire. That's what this looks like. Oh, great balls of chaos. Now.
The vow of many unseen.
Another spy master. No. 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 Why you do this?
Perhaps you will be upon
Too late. It's too late for that. I only got one. I only got one. One destabilization. Sir?
Perhaps you will be upon the other side.
Pick up that spy master, actually. Really bad could be about to happen. I'm gonna not lock that chain. Yep, it's okay. There we go. Alright. We'll do this. Just kind of hope this decays off. Making some moves. That right now. Chamber got lost. Feels stupid. Really kind of need a lot of locks on this one. I'm gonna keep progressing. Too bad I didn't get the sacrifice chamber there. I could have extended that corruption chain
Place and perpetual.
a little bit. Mr. Snoob.
I carry a few possessions, and I don't have any of that. I cannot.
The vow.
Yep, that's me. To the end. It's gonna be so nice having the best temple on the entire server. Holy. Reroll. Reroll off the Spy Master again. Is there a temple that exists out there, guys, that you think is better than the one I made? If so, I gotta see it. I mean, yeah, I guess I have a lot of Gollum works now. Let's start dropping loot. I'm gonna need to use this layout, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's the best I've ever seen. Bubs? Nope. I've seen that layout. It's not as good. Unless you want to have an extra smithy for some reason. I don't know why you would.
Must maintain a fine balance.
I got rid of a smithy. compared to his tree. I mean, it's actually Sakaiba's tree. He made a tiny adjustment to it. Oh yeah, that is another small. That's a really small thing, but yeah, that's another thing. So I'll have a permanent level 3 generator instead of level 2. A tiny bit of constructor effectiveness. That's technically 1. And you know, there's otherwise no difference between. There's no advantage to having two Gollum works at level 2 versus 1 Gollum work at level 3. There's no fundamental difference. But then you also get the benefit of the level 3 generator as opposed to level 2. Or actually one that just doesn't even exist. So actually it's the difference between, in that scenario, if you're only sustaining 2 locks, it's the difference between, if you're sustaining 3 locks, it's the difference between level 2 and level 3 generator. If you're sustaining 2 locks, it's the difference between a level 3 generator and a no generator. So that's actually kind of big for all the construct enemies. He will try to lock 3 chains. No, he's not doing 3 chains. No, he's doing 2 chains with 1 extra generator as a 3rd lock. Well, I'm doing 2 chains with 1 extra Gollum works. Well, I suppose well, okay, actually, in a certain sense, the Gollum works. If I have the extra Gollum works, I also have to re-level it each time I lose it. So you could say that's a bit of a downside, maybe. I don't know. Like it's less important to level it. But it should be pretty freaking easy to get 1-up medallions all the time. I would imagine. Every single run, you're probably going to get 1-up medallion. If you actually run those Gollum works.
The vow of many unseen.
Oh, this is bad. I'm not getting any locks at all. His golems aren't. His golems aren't easier than mine. What are you talking about? I'm just building mine backwards. It doesn't make it any harder. You just have to sacrifice chamber. I think mine is easier because you can actually use the sacrifice chamber throughout the entire run, as opposed to his, where you don't even get to use it. That's such a huge restriction. I've abused the shit out of the sacrifice chamber all this time. I don't. I'm a big believer in connecting loops, sacrifice chamber and stuff. Like I didn't have to do a single for all my Gollum works. I did not have to do a single thing. What armory, alchemy lab. What is it, like armory, alchemy lab, armory, smithy? I didn't have to do that at all. Sack is needed for your golems. Actually, it's not needed. There's just a little bit of RNG involved in that, locks and stuff. There is 1 sack chamber needed to link the connection between these two, but you can just slowly move these over through roads and a little bit of RNG and locking. You can just slowly move them. So I started here and I started over here and I'm slowly moving these together, and there will be 1 big sacrificial chamber moment to connect the two. And then I'll delete, you know, whatever 1 road I have here. See, like, I put a corruption chamber here. Especially if I lock any of these, if I have extras, it's a pretty good chance that it'll remove one of the alchemy labs. One of them. Doesn't really matter which one. Just need to remove one of them. It might remove the... Well, especially if I, if I lock this corruption chamber and I lock this corruption chamber, it might remove... It can only remove the alchemy lab, this alchemy lab, or this thaumaturge. So it's like, greater than 50% chance, unless it doesn't remove any of them.
Your challenge is the test.
I need mana.
I'm a little bit at the mercy of getting locks, though. That's fun. But, I mean, so is everybody, to be fair. Nobody's guaranteed locks.
Failure won't satisfy.
No mana.
Your challenge is the test.
I got 2.
Meet the dreamer. These stones obey old magics.
I'll hold this medallion for.
I still have an emergency fix here if I need it. Man, if I had an armory here, I could blow the whole lid on this thing. Not having an armory. On good news, I got this fixed, so that's really good. That's exactly where I want that for a while. Protection there. Starting to reach the tough sustain stage. Actually, if I got 2 corruption chambers and a sacrifice chamber at the same time. There could come a situation where I have to throw this away temporarily.
A place in perpetual motion.
Challenge with this capital.
But I mean, I'm in position to work it in again. Oh.
The vow men on.
That's a lot.
The vow have many on. That's really what the ethics are.
And another one. My type of guy from 60. You know, I'm all over the board on that. I'm everywhere on it. All over the board. I guess I could connect the smithy here, right? No, I wouldn't want that. Back, let's just spend these rooms. So, before streaming, I got 60. Usually I go between 54 and 60. Because I don't want to, like, accidentally trip over the finish line. Or, not trip over there, but, like, overextend it. So, I'm typically a 54 to 60 guy. How do you get the Gollum's entrance? After completing this chain, I draw this back. The road I no longer need the road at all, and we no longer rely on like random deletions, and we go like full throttle on it, because then I'm purely on 2 links. So this entire chain will be connected like this, and then we'll remove all of this stuff. We'll let the road die off. The road will die off all the way to here. And then I can put... Or, sorry, it'll die off to here, and then I put a Gollum Works here, because it'll be connected to this road. And then this road will die off, and I'll put... well, you know, I'll have to lock this Gollum Works, probably. And this road will die off, and then I'll put the smithy here. And then we'll get the sacrificial chamber to revert this back over and get the proper start, and then I'll sacrifice this room, and then Gollum Works here. Or I'll sacrifice one of these. Actually, I'll blow off both of these Spy Masters, probably. Yeah, so I need to get this finished as well. This is a weird thing. These can link up at the same time. That'll be pretty simple because I'll have these two ready to go, and it'll be literally just a... eventually, it'll be just a sacrificial chamber waiting to be placed down. That'll instantly loop, and then I delete this at the same time.
A place in perpetual motion.
Yep. And I can keep using the sacrificial chamber randomly on the go, all the while. My favorite part. So one specialty, one major difference between me and anything else I've seen people come up with is, for the most part, I'm building my temple backwards, not forwards. Well, a little bit of both at the same time. It works really well because it deletes hardly any rooms in the beginning anyway. Maybe in the mid-game it's a little bit precarious, but I mean, again, after hotfix 15, it still doesn't delete hardly any rooms. Like, I'm still over-sustaining rooms here. Or at least, like, maybe not over-sustaining, but, you know, I get 5 cards. And she's not deleting more than 5 rooms. So, it's pretty easy to find a spot for the rooms, because I can put them here, 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 here. Like, I can put rooms all over the place that will probably not overlap and create loops. I'm gonna make a video on how I set this temple up.
Perhaps the real deal might be at this.
Meet the dreamer.
Yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages. It's way more dummy-proof and simple to just build it forward straight up and, like, use the sacrificial chamber to, like, get off the ABA pattern, so you can just make basically one giant snake, and, you know, you're running a ton of maps because you're constantly cycling through the cards and waiting for the exact card you need, and, you know, you can only move forward if you get this exact card, and then that exact card, and then that exact card, and then that exact card, and you're waiting for literally the exact card every time. But it's, you know, you only need to lock. Usually you only have to lock, like, one room at a time, one room per run, save, you know, anything terrible happening. And as opposed to what I'm doing, I kind of really need to lock 2 rooms at a time, at least. And, but the upside is that, well, 2 things. One, I don't need to use the sacrificial chamber in the middle of the link early on, which is obviously, that dramatically cuts against your ability to expedite the temple building process through controlled loop deletions and creating multiple links at once. And insofar as that, I get to also pursue multiple chains at once with a diverse set of cards, meaning there's a very high likelihood that whatever card shows up, I'll be able to use one or more of those cards with what I'm actually doing to build the temple. I'm not just waiting on an armory. I could, you know, like right now, well, especially if this Thaumaturge wasn't here, I could use Thaumaturge, a Corruption Chamber. Before I could use a Smithy or an armory, and down here, or a Smithy or Gollum Works down here, I could use an armory or, you know, another alchemy lab to move this a little bit more forward. And this one I don't have to lock seriously once I get forward enough, because I can just let it decay naturally if something bad happens. But this one is the highest priority on locking, because I really don't want to blow through that Gollum chain. This one's probably second priority if I'm this close. And then this one is least priority right now.
Devour
But in order to build the temple the way I did, you have to actually build it backwards, at least with the Gollum Smithy chain. You don't really have a choice, because you're crossing the road over like that. I guess technically you could do it with nothing but like armory, Alch armories tech, but that's just so many rooms. It's ridiculous. It's like so many rooms. I don't like the idea of it.
Perhaps you will be able to at this.
But I fully admit the way I'm doing it is way more advanced. Like you're far more likely to make a mistake, looping or something. You actually need to fundamentally understand the temple to do it. So if when I make a video, it'll be really important. You know, there's many ways to judge the temple. Wow, that was harsh. That's really too bad, because there's a sacrifice chamber. You would. I deleted a lot of rooms. I wonder if the like deletion of random rooms has to do with whether it selects your locked room or not.
Place and perpetual motion.
Worst case scenario, this all dies and I just build it out from the top, and then I only have to lock 2 things, not 3.
Devour The vow. The vow.
Need sons. Two locks already. I'm guessing it's about, the sustain rate is about 1 lock per 5 tier 3 spy masters, not counting other locks from other rooms. It's probably like a 20% drop. I think it's at least 20%. Just got 3 in a row. But oh, I like those rooms back.
The vow of many unseen.
Wow. Well, I thought his tree is 12 spy masters, not 11. That's so weird, because I was gonna go 11 instead of 12 like his, and then I saw Fubgun decide to go 11 instead of 12, and what now he's deciding to go 11 instead of 12. It definitely looks like, you know, you get very little value out of the 12th one. For sure. I don't know, I might even do 10. So though.
Many unseen.
Back to us.
Your talent with this to the best.
Can I help you with build later? What do you need, Nate? We have Discord. Build help area there. Sometimes I look at it. I try to every now and then. Does killing a Ciri ruin my temple even with Lock Medallion and Snake? I don't think so. Actually, yeah, definitely not. No. Not if it's a proper snake.
Possessions. I don't have room for that.
The vow of many unseen. Challenge the gift of the face.
Got one more lock to grab. A +1 lock on this run.
A new way forward.
And a golden forge. Maybe I should do the rest of the runs. Golden forge. Edit it? Okay. Yeah, I do want to come out with a an ethical version of that temple. It would be nice.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
I kind of wonder. I want to run these. I bet you I could get like locks into. I mean, every single one of these rooms can drop a lock. Now, one-up chambers would be kind of common here too. Could one-up all of these forges.
Behold.
Dude, really? Who's with that buggy UI?
Soil her glory!
Are these mobs humanoid in the forge? They are, right? Or smithy, rather. I know the workshop Gollum smiths are constructs.
Back to the sword.
Oh, didn't even get a single medallion. Every single one of those rooms could have dropped a medallion. What the heck? Do I have a video live somewhere where I can explain this setup? Not in full, no. I talked about the Gollum works and smithy stuff a little bit ago. I'm gonna make a YouTube video on this though. Kind of want to finish it before I do that, preferably, or at least finish the hard part. You know, for proof's sake. The way that survives. I'll start doing the Gollum works. Need to level up these smithies, maybe get some extra medallions there.
No matter the path, I will be.
It's like I'm at like the break-even point on sustain. Which means this strat is starting to come into question. Deleting too many rooms. I can get room cards though. At least upgrade tokens. And my upgrades. My upgrades, man. God, these rooms are so annoying. Oh, dude, I just cannot remember to get rid of this loot in my hideout. Hey. There it is. There it is. Actually, I should upgrade the Vipers first. The whole removing headhunter buffs constantly is so bad. That alone just make me never want to run this chain after I upgrade my rooms. Well, we got him. Three sockets. Good rolls. Garbage. Well, this on the other hand, got problems with his suffixes. Oh. Good enough. Good enough. Oh yes. That's how you RNG your way to victory. Then there's this thing. So I lost, what'd I lose? I lost life. Wait, is this really good outcome? I lost life. It can't be a good outcome. What mod are you trying to get rid of here? Skills gain a base life cost equal to 100% of mana cost? Is that the mod you're trying to get rid of? I still have this mod. Spell damage leash to 5. Okay. Well, 100x, I guess. Maybe 100x.
You've got some goods in. It's your lucky day. Seems like a good deal.
Ooh. Cold res, probably lightning res less usually. Wow, T1 cold and lightning. I had my pickings there. What? Yeah, these boots turned out pretty good.
You've got some goods in.
Not the best base though. We're all to see. Damn, these ain't worth nothing no more. Ah, okay. Okay. Not terrible. 560 is pretty freaking high number for having a life roll and speed roll. With a few valve users.
Can I help? I'm sure someone will want that.
Probably sell for at least a couple divines.
Can I help?
Right? Should sell. High value mods, except Dex is lowest value mod. Close temple. Am I closing temple? No, I'm not. I'm running it. Holy crap, that would have been a mistake. I might have done that too because I already locked 2 things.
No matter the path, I will walk it. The mighty fall.
The vow of many.
I need mana. Mana.
Oh, I forgot to spend one of my locks. I mean, one up. I keep running these legions each time. I honestly should probably just level these up first. Oh, this one's not even leveled up. Yeah, I'll slowly get them leveled. Anything that'll give me advanced chance for medallions. You guys think the smithy, tier 3 smithy, gives specific medallions usually?
The vow many unto.
The mighty fall.
The vow many unto.
Need more mana.
Damn, all that off one tier 2 alchemy lab. Wait, why is it tier 2? I thought alchemy lab didn't upgrade off of... What? Upgraded by thaumaturgs. Oh. Thought it was upgraded off of armory for some reason. No, armory upgrades off of it. It upgrades off of thaumaturgs. Oh. Oh. I actually need to do my setup if I want tier 3 versions.
The vow many unto.
If I want that increased rarity, increased gold find. I keep hearing anecdotally the gold find is not bad on the alchemy labs. Color me skeptical.
New challenge.
Is it me? Because magnifying from chest does nothing? I don't know, man. I don't even open chests. So, gut instinct answered, you're right. It does nothing. My temple is ruined. Is there no way to fix layout? Well, not if it's ruined. You gotta go clean slate. If it's as you say.
Perhaps
I don't know. I mean, you can keep the snake chain you have if you like what you have there.
the vow of unseen. Perhaps viability.
Sonic Shadow is crazy. Commander. It's very good. I've only got one.
Power of many
Wait, no, I've gotten
enemies.
0 locks this run so far. I'd have a 14 Spymaster Dry lock run. Yeah, treasure vault though. You guys know if you put a room on the temple between the time that it opens and closes through the medallion, a medallion room, can it still get selected to be destabilized? Like the room basically never existed? Or does it? Because if it can't, then it would be effectively a lock. It can get selected? Okay. Grimps with the raid. How's it going, man? What up, guys? How y'all doing? Cyclone, dude. What's up, man? Still been streaming much? I'm working my temple. Check it. Check it. Pretty crazy layout. I'm working 3 chains at once. Taboo. But, you know, I'll make it work. I'm hanging on. Rima. You guys doing some temple action? That's the talk of the town, what everybody's doing. That did not go particularly well. But I should be okay. I think what I will do is put these down. Be deleted. Connected your 60-room temple, you're so fucked. Well, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Okay, I'll go back in there. 48 div raw, headhunter, and a lock. Yo, what in the world? Bro, were you doing that in a party? Like, how many people? Is 48 div in one temple, is that like stupid good now, or is that just kind of average? As a duo? Okay, well it'd be stupid good as solo then, I guess. $48 is low? Low?
This medallion's rather
Alright, we're gonna take a small
beautiful.
chance here. Rooms to delete. I doubt you would actually delete over 5 entire rooms in the bottom. We'll find out. Because she deleted 0 rooms on the bottom. See, that time she deleted hardly anything. What? I can't make any sense of that. What in the world? Last time she deleted a lot of stuff. What gives? We're gonna move this up the chain. Maybe I don't though. Maybe I don't need to. I don't know. Maybe I'll let this die off. Need armories. Need armories bad. Alright, still looking pretty good. Got a strong, safe, secure chain here. This is the really important one right now. This is obviously very important still. And this is going to be important, but still in its beginning stages. We need alchemy labs, thaumaturges, corruption chambers, armories. And yeah, more locks. The Spy Master medallion is an emergency case in case it deletes this. Can't believe this. Vault survived. Well, that was my 60 tempo run. Made major progress on the golems. So in 10 temples time, I was able to, no, not in 10 temples, in like 5 or 6 temples, I created the entire Golem Works chain. Pretty good. Now then. Need more maps. Gotta run some maps.
What is it?
What am I Singapore realm? What?
What is it?
Not supposed to be in Singapore. This realm's lagging. So it must be to play like on normal internet. Ugh. It's cast on crit and cast on ailment much better on both weapon sets. I'm using those only on weapon set 2. Yeah, they are. Better. I don't know why you're only using on weapon set 2. Changed my realm or something. Wait, what? What? Where do we change our realm again? Here? I don't even remember where we changed realm in this version of the game. Where do I choose my realm? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Sorry, my chat's halfway blocking that. Ugh. Top right. Login screen. Okay. Thank you. Why the F am I in Singapore? Oh, you might as well be using a totally different build, dude. You're not even playing Invoker, I take it. Wait, I'm still in Singapore? What is this? Singapore is safe and clean? It's not as safe and clean as Japan. Actually, it actually is as safe and clean as Japan. Or even more so, if anything. I'm definitely gonna die. Ping is crazy compared to, I mean, this is like really bad for Singapore. Usually my ping is much better than this. 186 ms is retarded. Like, it's usually like 40 on Singapore. Stable 180 ms? What? What is this? Why just crash on the loading screen? Yeah, that's embarrassing. Build is awesome, full cold. Alright, well, I'm glad you're having fun. Yeah, my client is completely wrecked right there. I think I'd take a bathroom break right now. Maybe let the server reset or something. I taste the earthquake in Amori. Oh yeah, yeah, that big one. Yeah, I was there. I've obviously too. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back, guys. Very short break. Alright. We're here. We're back. We're hopefully on the right realm. Nope. Well, I don't know. I guess there's a problem with Japan realm. What the heck, dude? What the heck, dude? Funny thing is, it wouldn't really matter in the temple if I have 200 ping. It matters out in maps. Mess is now down to 90. At least. 90 MS. Well, that was me on a good day back in the US. On a good day, I had 90 MS. Oh, the dark ages. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna die. Light radius gear, man. 2800 HP. Woo! So what are the best streamers making currency per hour wise in solo temple? On the GG temples. High 60s per temple? What's his temple layout look like? Do you have the Gollum orcs and everything? High 60s per temple. Jeez, dude. So he built the temple faster than Fudgun did? What? I thought Spicy Sushi quit. I heard he quit the league. Like, rage quit off of losing a temple or something. What I heard earlier. Like a week ago, maybe. Well, I mean, I don't know. It sounded like he totally threw in the towel for the league. That's. I was just going off what people said. What? It's so funny to me. People choosing whether to play the game or not because of the lock nerf. What in the world? New to PoE, any suggestions? Good build? I'll let the chat handle that one. I got my own build, Twister. On Deadeye or on this Invoker Monk. And check out a short video on YouTube. You're already on YouTube. Check out my videos. A very, very short 2-minute video. Shows you a pretty cool build. Very cheap too with that variant. It's not the only one. Maybe people share what they're playing. Welcome to PoE 2. What brings you here? Did you hear about all the wonder and complexities and endgame thrill of PoE 2? Or were you already PoE 1? Are you just actually a PoE 1 convert? Slowly converted. Dude, my ping. Oh my god, my ping though. Look at my ping. It's so bad. I never lag like this. What is going on with you guys?
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
I could level up to 100 right now. I need to not die. Undying hate. Familiar with taste of hate, but not undying hate. What is undying hate? Thanks, Jewel. You gotta get like a specific seed or something? Timeless Jewel. Oh, okay. Bruh. Yeah. Unholy Kieran says he's leveling a wolf to 100. How was leveling a wolf? Probably kind of hard, right? Isn't that like a glass cannon class? I just realized I ignored Stove earlier today. Stove, are you still here? I saw you message earlier. About me actually being on so early you could watch. Didn't mean to ignore you, I swear. Hybrid armor ES on SSF. Oh, SSF style. Alright. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Sparks down the line. I love it. Hell yeah. Essence crystal farming. Like, how could anything possibly survive that? Right. Oh man. What in the world? It's so freaking dank looking on maps like this. In like wide hallway maps. Way too dank. And then you got Elmo expression on the back. Okay. Well, I'm gonna kill the boss since he's right here. And he's easy boss. I think. If he doesn't laser beam my ass after the fact. All that for a 5 chaos drop. The 5 chaos now. Actually more. You're not trying to snipe them. Okay. Wishful thinking. No way to get a real amount of ES when I lose the amulet and the freaking helmet.
Not yet. The mighty fall.
Light radius does have a cap at 150%. I definitely feel glassier with light radius gear than I do on Magifying gear. Yeah, I can't use Defiance of Destiny. I'm using Energy Shield. Unless that's the tech. Sophie Band. This says, hi Snoop, I love your work. On Twister, you goated. Goated. Oh. Ego post. Thank you for that. I accept your compliment, as I have been goated by Twister. I can't stop playing it. Can't stop reinventing it. It's just too cool.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm using Owl right now. Or wait, no. No, it's not that one. It's Primate. Isn't Primate cheaper than Owl? I think it is. Last I knew. I would use Cat ultimately, but I'm not spending money on that right now. At some point in this league, we're gonna start making a crazy amount of currency, though. At some point. What was I doing? Oh yeah, grand project. Yeah, I heard about that. Then I heard it was only like 800 div. I don't know what mirrors are. I thought mirrors were like 2,000 or more.
I'm unable.
Is it putting me on Japan again? No. Usually if you can't log on a server, it doesn't populate as an option. Like it's grayed out or something. Why is it like an option I can pick, but it doesn't go there? It just literally just doesn't go there. It's like, nope. I'm getting rerouted. Exit lag? I've never even heard of that, so the answer is definitely no. Cool build, Bill Hallberg, thanks. Thank you, dude. Quite liking the Invoker Monk with all the cast on crit. Craziness. It's gonna be a lot of fun because I can get this up to like level 40 Spark at some point. And I'll even be able to support the mana too, I think. With relatively low, because my mana cost is essentially, my mana, or my Spark proc rate is directly tied to hits with Twister, which means that's directly tied to like the leech. So I hit, I leech, and I spend mana at the exact same time. So it's kind of awesome. I don't think I'll ever really reach a point where I can't possibly pay for the mana cost. Unless, like, I have to increase my Twister DPS. Which I probably can at some point, because I can probably remove inexorable crit with, especially with Aspect of the Cap plus Headhunter buff, so I will no longer need that. I can go for more damage. See, if I had another link for Twister, what would I use? Well, by default, I'd probably use Skill Vectoration on this build. Didn't use the Energy Shield gloves. Well, I actually get a lot of leech from them because I'm using a breach ring. Because I'm like a pure fizz, huge damage spear plus the breach ring mirrored with Calandra Touch. So I got like 16% life leech with, you know, the crazy high damage spear, fizz damage spear. So I actually do feel the leech quite a bit. But I get what you mean. Like if you're splitting in elemental damage and you're not, and you don't have a huge fizz spear, and then you don't have like a double leech roll with like catalyst, you know, catalysted double leech roll. Like look, that's not even Divine Dry. That's over 10% fizz leech. No, I'm not checking in combat because I don't want to die for nothing. In fact, this map I should run an easy one. Make sure I get it done. Check what? Wait, what do you want me to check? How do you chain Garrison, Spymaster, Garrison, Spymaster? Maybe we'll play second Spymaster, only armory. Grade Puxy. I mean, it's the answer is everywhere. It's called the Spymaster. Just search up on YouTube. Spymaster Russian Tech. Spymaster Russian Tech. That's what it's been dubbed. Like TECH. Milky's made a video on it. Fubgun made a video on it recently. A lot of people made videos on it. I have not. Great. I was supposed to not die in that map. I freaking hate dying in a fucking tower map, dude. I spent the Grand Project, so I wouldn't die there. I even ran an easy map. Not paying any attention. Am I actually out of Grand Projects? Are you kidding me? How am I out of this? That makes no sense. Can't be out of this. I drop them like candy. What? Oh, they're not even expensive at least. Do you have a favorite book? No. I don't read books. Like, read books. I don't read books. I read stuff online a lot. I might read an article or, you know, summary of something, but I don't like read books. Could have ran a lower one. Yeah, I mean, I normally don't die if I'm selected with the map and everything. I was just retarded running in there like that. I always hated reading growing up. It's very difficult for me to like focus on reading words on a page. I have to be like seriously interested in the topic, or you know, it's just a sucky experience. I have to read it and I have to read it again, and I have to read it again, and then I realize my mind wanders too much. Like it's just not it doesn't grab my attention enough. It's not through lack of it. It's not even through like lack of imagination. If anything, it's the opposite. It's too much imagination. My imagination with whatever it is I'm actually preoccupied takes over, and the words on the page aren't nearly as interesting enough. Wait, I thought okay. I see. Back when I was growing up, they called that like a learning disorder, but I think it's just... I think it's something else. I actually think now, having grown up and, you know, I've gotten old enough to know that I'm not stupid. I'm not like low IQ or something. But sometimes it kind of felt like that when it came to reading. So after all the full life experience of going through school and dealing with all that, I came to the realization that reading words on a page is actually very unnatural in terms of like human information processing. I believe it's one of the most unnatural ways to process information. I don't think our brain is wired for that kind of processing at all. Obviously, the best way to process information is to experience it firsthand. The next best would be like hearing it in a story, like hearing auditory or visual and auditory. Like for example, a play or something. Like if you want to learn about, if you watched a Shakespearean play, you would understand it in a much deeper level than you would if you read a Shakespearean play, for example. And it's not even close, because our visual and auditory sensors are way better. If you simply listen to the play, it would be better than reading it on a page as well. And it's just, I don't know, over time you just realize that it's a really backwards way of information. It can be a very useful, quick way. But, yeah, it's just not. Manga? Well, manga is very picture heavy, which helps. You know, we used to make fun of like, ooh, picture books now, but like, actually makes a lot of sense when the brain processes information way better in picture form. I don't know, like, because I grew up in the 90s, and back then everybody was like making fun of cartoons and, oh, you watch cartoons? Whoa, or, you know, making fun of books with pictures in them, like, oh, you don't have an imagination, you can't see it in your mind's eye. It's totally ass backwards thinking. I realize now, way after the fact. I mean, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, because, you know, we're playing a video game, which is basically like an integrated experience of a, you know, a movie or something. Like you are the hero, you create your hero's journey. You're seeing it, you're feeling it, you're experiencing it on a level way, way beyond what you can if you're reading it. Do I have a favorite movie? Oh. Yes. Favorite movie. Well, there are definitely some big ones. Back to the Future was huge. Definitely like top 5 easily. Aladdin was my favorite Disney movie growing up, partially because of the timing when it came out. I think I'll never forget seeing that movie in like the cinema at age 7, I think. I think it was 7. It was one of the coolest experiences ever. Aladdin was more of a boys Disney movie than a lot of Disney movies which are kind of more girl targeting the female audience more, you know. Aladdin really targeted the male audience a lot more than that, so that was a special movie at that age. Movies. Hook. You know, y'all know the movie Hook with Robin Williams. That was absolutely awesome movie. What's like outrageously underrated. Still to this day don't understand why that's not widely considered one of the best movies of all time. To me, a movie like that just absolutely blows something like Indiana Jones out of the water, for example, even though it's like similar elements of it. But then, like, people will talk about Indiana Jones as, like, you know, one of the best kids movies ever made, action or packed kids movie. But when you take you take action kind of like that, and you give like the Peter Pan movie trope. I mean, that's an understood like trope what that is, and the Peter Pan Disney movie itself is kind of simple. It's not that complicated, but movie Hook actually introduced some like really dark themes and moral themes into the equation that was still kids appropriate, and like massively elevated the story of Peter Pan, like way higher than like the original, as nostalgic as that is. Rufio, dude, yeah, the Rufio chant. All the scenes, man, all the scenes. Like as an adult, I really like that movie because of the actual character arc of the main character. Like even as an adult, you can really appreciate like the movie's character arc. Like he goes through a really rough character arc. All Dogs Go to Heaven. I liked that movie. I watched it a lot, but I don't remember it in the same way that I do some of these other movies.
You there, local, come to me.
Also, like, I think it was a little bit later, but I mean, like movies like Jurassic Park. I might have been a little older then. As I was getting older, Jurassic Park, The Matrix, of course. See, I would have been. The Matrix came out in 1998, I guess. I guess I was 13. I mean, what an age to watch The Matrix first time, like 13 or 14 years old. That's unbelievable age to watch a movie like that. That's crazy. Crazy. I mean, anywhere between like at any teenage age is the phenomenal time to watch The Matrix for the first time. That's just wild. You just complete brain just because at that point, you know, you're exactly the age where you start to like question everything in life, and you're like a rebellious teenager, and you're like, oh, cool guns and you know, cool outfits and crazy action. Like it's literally, I mean, you can't. Freaking ChatGPT couldn't create a movie better suited for teenagers at that age than Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. That was later. It was older. Which, I mean, Lord of the Rings is better viewed as older. You're a young adult than even old child, probably. It's too well written to be for children. Obviously. S-tier source material. I definitely believe Aragorn of Lord of the Rings is the ultimate male role model. I am not aware of a single male role model in cinematic history that outperforms what is represented by that character in that movie. Samwise? I don't think so. I don't think Samwise is even close to that. He would be an optimal role model for friendship, but not male. I'm talking about male role model. You know, masculinity. Everything it means to be. Everything that entails that. For that reason, it's an absolute mandatory watch for any young man. Should watch that character and be like, you see that character on screen? Remember that character's name? That is the absolute pinnacle of manhood. That character. The pinnacle. Like, you get like, you have a lifetime of fatherly lessons taught to you in, you know, well, across 10 hours, I guess it would be. A lifetime of fatherhood lessons taught to you in 10 hours if you watch that movie. Those 3 movies. Oh, why am I... Okay. I'm not, because I don't have a map in there. Huh.
Shipment sent.
Avatar in 3D. Avatar is... Yeah, I like Avatar. I could never call it one of the best movies of all time, though. It's just too shallow. The story's too shallow. Too repetitive. Too deconstructive or whatever it's called. Dances with Wolves, Pocahontas, same story over again. How exactly does this build work? Looks like PoE 1. Well, we use an ability called Whirling Slash with a bunch of attack speed tied to it to move forward. We're not actually running. I'm not actually running in this game. And I use Twister, which is set up with a couple of cooldowns, or made into cooldowns. Oh, I'm gonna die here by the looks of it. They must have less life recovery. Oh, okay, there it's kicking in. I'm extra squishy in this content right here because I'm missing 2 major pieces of gear, sacrificing them for light radius. I'm not even res capped with this setup right here. So it's like, and I'm running like randomly modded 8 modded maps. It's just kind of dumb. Started today with new league. I figured there might be a patch come out. One more nerf to the temple before this private league started. I was a little surprised. You see me do the temple with all the monster effectiveness. It doesn't look squishy at all. Granted, I have like 50 headhunter buffs, but still. Dead Rabbit came in and formally invited me to do that. Private league, but
Shipment sent.
mid leagues. I've still to this day never done one. I don't like starting over, except in like formal seasons. I don't like starting over often. I like progressing a character for a really long time. Oh yeah, he's good, dude. I raid him somewhat frequently. How expensive is this? Well, there's a build guide version. It's like a 1 divine build. Then obviously goes up from there. What you're seeing right here is somewhere around, I mean, again, I'm wearing the wrong gear, but with the right gear, it's somewhere around 1,000, 2,000 divines, maybe. considering some inflation. Yeah, there we go. I always die to a pack of these mobs on this gear. I don't know why that is. Because I only have 2,800 HP. So I normally have almost double the HP that you see here. like actually.
Shipment sent.
Barely get through these random maps. Again, these are like 8 mod maps I'm not even reading. So I don't even know what the mods are. Kind of suicidal a little bit, but well, I'm not. It's currently leveling, I guess. Level 99. I'll make a push for it eventually. I'll probably stop wearing light radius gear at that time. Pimp chains. Oh my god, that's slowing me down so much. What the hell? 30%. Oof. Oof. What? Kidding me, I already did that map? No way. I didn't double check, but I didn't think I already did it.
Good news for you.
That guy's position. Really do any damage to him? Lower damage, gaining more tankiness? Yeah, I mean, you can do that if you want. I mean, I'm going very high damage route because the temple is such a pushover in terms of the incoming damage. Like, I almost never die in the temple. Doesn't matter what the mods are. But in maps, like, maps are like at least 10 times more dangerous than the temple. Especially because I'm wearing different gear in here. Any tips on solid farming for currency? This league, the best thing for currency is the temple, almost surely, but it has affected the rest of the market, so a lot of things are good. Farming specific league mechanics for things that they can only they and only they can drop is good. Like farming cleanse maps for fracturing orbs, farming ritual for omens, farming even breach, or especially like breach boss for catalysts, farming maybe not expedition, I guess. Farming abyss for abyss currencies. I noticed delirium is also good again. I bet you simulacrum is really pumping currency because I mean megalomaniacs must be a friggin' fortune, and then isolation was like 400 or 500 or 400 or 500 chaos now. So isolations usually, what in the world? God, just want to grab this thing. Thoughts on temple? Well, they got to make it core. It's truly. Yeah, I'll make a thoughts video on temple. Actually, I think at some point. I think it's one of the best league mechanics they've ever made across either game. I think it could have easily been considered the best league mechanic ever made in PoE history. It had a few things been a little bit different with how they handled things. If they had somehow bridged the gap between the early game love for it with the, oh wow, we get alch banks, oh my god, we get, you know, small jewelers in Act 1, oh we get, you know, if they had, you kind of go for like the tile set rewards, so to speak, are really good in the campaign, but then they drop off significantly, and then it feels like the temple is garbage to do very shortly after that. But then it was like amazingly good at the end game, but that before everybody got there, people were complaining about it, so they buffed it, and then they, you know, they nerfed it, and then that's never good, so it completely shattered everybody's impression of it. So it wasn't just that they buffed it and then nerfed it. That wasn't the problem. It was also the fact that it had one major design flaw, and there was no bridge to bridge the gap between what the temple's purpose was in tile set like rewards in the campaign versus raw drops juicing in the end. The perfect league mechanic would be one that gives you meaningful rewards as early as possible, as early as the first zone. Not outrageously overpowered, but meaningful. Makes you feel like it's worth doing. It's simple and easy to do. The complexity of the mechanic would scale over time. The depth and complexity would scale to almost exponential levels. This mechanic passes that test with flying colors in terms of how deep you can go into scaling it. I mean, there's nothing else like it, and nothing else like it, except like maybe the Syndicate in PoE 1 would be like the closest thing to it. I mean, I guess Sanctum a little bit, but yeah, like Syndicate, you are truly like building something over time, but even that is way simpler than this. And you know, it's not just that a league mechanic should be complex. You know, it has to create that bridge where it's meaningful, good, and simple in the beginning, and then players have a sort of ramp up experience where it just gets better and better, and maybe in different ways, like converting from that's a really hard thing as a developer. How do you convert from like the pursuit of tile set rewards to the pursuit of raw drops and make that a seamless part of the experience? I mean, they failed at that miserably on this mechanic, obviously, but that's why they buffed it unnecessarily. So if you imagine a world where the temple was designed in such a way where it had that nice smooth curve, it'd be the best of all time. And yes, I am also implying that it was still too rewarding at the top end. Even now, it's still too rewarding at the top end. But you also have to understand, like, the amount of time and effort to make a temple like the one I'm making is such that, in terms of objective balancing, it doesn't seem that far off. Like, if somebody were to kind of give up making currency for several days straight to have a means to make more currency than everybody else in the end, I mean, that is spectacular ARPG mechanics and diversity of, you know, things. Like, I mean, that's like the difference between a simple example in PoE 1 is, well, people at least used to run like low-level heist to make a bunch of quick currency which they could spend very quickly to purchase gear upgrades for cheap early on day one. They would run heist for like really, you know, low level, and they'd make a whole bunch of currency, but they would sacrifice their progression otherwise. They would get to maps slower, and you know, that would come at a cost to do that. Somebody who was doing maps, who tried to jump straight into maps, was instead sacrificing currency earned in the meantime to get faster to maps, to then get something further to make currency in a way like farming breach, for example, in dunes, you know, faster than people, and then suddenly they would outperform the people in heist, and there'd be like a point where the two would, you know, heist would jump up real quick, and then, you know, they would meet in the middle somewhere, and then, you know, and then there'd be people who would try to immediately go to boss rushing, which means you're making like no currency at all until you have your character up and running and ready to do bossing and bossing carries and stuff. Having like the diversity of different builds and currency avenues is what's good. And so I see the temple as the most extreme version of invest time, get nothing out of it in the immediate sense, but outperform everything else in the long run. I want mechanics like that to exist in the game, and I actually want them to exist in an extreme way, because that's what makes it really fun and exciting. And then you as a player have to choose how you want to chart your own path. You choose what build you want to make based on what mechanic you'd like to farm or focus on. Choose how you want to pursue the economic advantage. Quick, immediate, short burst, or in the long haul, or somewhere in between. So yeah, the temple impresses me to no end. How they pulled that off. Something that is way on the end of the spectrum of what I'm talking about. And I want things to exist on that spectrum in every place. Generally speaking, it's easier to create a mechanic that exists on the simple, quick fix, quick hit of currency spectrum, you know. Here's some real quick, you know, tile set rewards or something. Oh yeah, I'm getting Chaos Orbs, I'm getting a Divine Orb in, you know, Act 3. Whoa, from League Mechanic, that's crazy. And then it's like all it does. Commander's still bricking Spy Masters? I don't know what that means, bricking them. You never were able to connect Spy Master to Commander Garrison. It has to be done with Armory. Never worked for me, anyway. If they make mapping content better, to leave Temple the way it is. I guess, but like, don't you guys see that what the Temple did is it reshaped the economy. The Temple mechanic reshaped the economy. Here's the thing. If we were to do the exact same league all over again, it would be, and people in the private league are going to witness this firsthand if the economy is robust enough, you would see a different economy right from the start. You would see omens would immediately be more expensive right from the start. Instills, or what are they called? The delirium mechanics thing. Those would not crash the same way they always do in the first, 24 to 48 hours of the league. Catalyst would start off expensive and stay expensive. And it would be under the assumption or presupposition that people are not farming those. They're not going to farm them, so there's no. So they might be a decent way to invest in currency. They'll be in short supply, and that some people will make the conscious decision to actually farm things they wouldn't normally farm because nobody else is farming them because they keep going up higher in value, and then their perception of value later on will adjust the market significantly. We've already seen the market do some wild correction. Here's something I've never seen before at this point in the league. That's insane. Simulacrum farming is very lucrative right now. If this is what isolations cost. And it's not even looking at megalomaniacs. Catalysts aren't quite as extreme, but I mean, that's a pretty extreme thing. Because I mean, like, who wants to farm simulacrums right now when the temple exists? Well, nobody. Until at which point, when isolation gets so outrageously expensive that somebody looks at that and they're like, well, shit, maybe I ought to do some simulacrum. What in the world? And then people will slowly start doing that, and then that side of the economy will equalize. Well, Breach probably refers to the boss, because the catalyst primarily dropped from the boss, but it could mean maps too. But generally speaking, no, I'm talking about, Simulacrum is technically bossing content, with Breach would be talking about bossing content. So yeah, I mean, like, the mapping side of things is a little worse. Pure raw drops is worse, so if you're doing things that require you to pure raw drops, and that's what your focus would normally be on, that is worse. However, a mechanic like Abyss, you're going to be farming in maps, and maybe you're focusing on desecrated currency more than just raw currency. Or, I mean, you certainly would be. Alright, what do we got here? Sacrificial chamber. Why? I don't need it. I don't need it. And I forgot to spend this, which I should have used that whole time, right from the start. Why didn't I do that? Wasted a turn. Oh. One lock there.
No matter the path,
The whole design has to change, so setting up doesn't take 100 plus hours. I disagree. You say that because you're not willing to put in the time, and you're setting the bar too high for yourself. You could set the bar lower, you know, like not do Russian tech stuff. You could be content with a temple that's half finished, and the currency you make there. You could be farming other things that don't require that. I mean, that's why the game is balanced, because it has so many other things you can farm that take less time investment requirements. No reason to get bent out of shape about how long it takes to do the temple. That's like saying, I mean, that's like looking at Delve in PoE 1 and being like, it's so stupid it takes like 1,000 hours for Steve to go down and hit the last level of Delve. Like, okay, so what? Yeah, and he gets, you know, people who spend 100 to 1,000 hours in Delve get access to things that you don't get access to if you don't do that. Does anybody think Delve is an unfair mechanic because that exists? A lot of people will quit rather than be content, though, if the ratio and reward is anywhere where it is now. Well, sure, but like I said, I mean, my rebuttal to that framing is, I mean, you can be upset if you're explicitly I mean, this is hyper-specific, but if you're explicitly somebody who wants the game to be balanced, where they want the raw drops, they want the game to be balanced in such a way where the best place to get raw drops is in maps. If that's a hard stipulation you put on yourself, then yeah, you're not happy. I get it, but if you can honestly say, okay, there's like 10 or more different ways to make currency in ways that are exclusive to that mechanic, therefore the economy is going to equalize out. The economy has been very sluggish to equalize out because people are caught very much by surprise to how lucrative the raw drops are from Temple. But it could be, you could live in a world where Temple is the place to go for raw loot. That is the juicing place to go. It's not maps. And that's not inherently a bad thing. It's just different. So long as there are other mechanics to do that drop exclusive things there that would be valuable to players, that's fine, because those will be driven way up in value and the economy will equalize itself out. Like I said, just look at the cost of omens, look at the cost of isolation distillations, look at the cost of all catalysts, look at everything. And you're already seeing it happening. It happened much slower this time than it would have if people already knew. And so next league, if, for example, we started the league over and they didn't change anything, like I said, I promise you, other mechanics would be way more lucrative than they were this league right off the bat. For their specific drops, not for raw loot.
place in perpetual motion.
Do they want it to be the place for raw currency? I don't know. If you ask a more specific question, like, do they want the raw currency in Temple to exceed the raw currency of everything else if you go through the painstaking process of making a highly optimized temple? I figure their answer to that question might be yes, based on how it's balanced. If the question is, do they want temple to be the best way to get raw drops if you just go in there with any random set of rooms, the answer would likely be no. I don't disagree that they're not going to nerf Temple. I do think they're going to nerf the Temple. They're going to change it a lot.
Perhaps you will be able to practice.
I'm just expressing that basically the economics of the economy and how all that works has a natural way of balancing all these things out. It's just jarring at first when you're not used to it and when it catches everyone by surprise. And then people get a lot of FOMO about it. But again, if it becomes the new normal, it won't be nearly as big of an issue. Such a casual can put in a random abyss precursor, go farm the bottom end and drop, you know, halfway valuable desecrated currencies that are worth way more than they would normally be because nobody's else farming them. And people still need them for their builds. Every single desecrated currency is worth more this league than before, in terms of like raw numbers. The casuals not farm abyss.
You challenge undulating fear.
I know, it doesn't matter. Like, the fewer people farming abyss, the more valuable the abyss currencies will be. The fewer people farming simulacrum, the more valuable distillations and megalomaniacs are going to be. The fewer people farming bosses, the more valuable the boss loot's going to be. The fewer people farming citadels, the more valuable citadel fragments and arbiter loot will be.
Perhaps you will be able to practice.
You have the same purchasing power? I'll counter that question with, do you have... Is it easier or harder to... Is it cheaper or more expensive to craft things in this league? Look at the price of perfect exalt. Look at the price of perfect chaos. Graders. Look at the price of regular chaos. Look at the price of any of these currencies that are dropping like candy in here. That's because omens drop, they don't drop in here. Look at the price of anything, look at the value of anything that drops in the temple that is like raw, craftable currencies. Any of the exalted orbs, chaos orbs. So like, you can craft your own gear. You can throw way more currency at your crafts than you could normally. $20 divines worth of chaos orbs. I mean, god dang, like that's... Yeah, crafting is different. I'm slamming perfect exalted orbs like they're graders last league, for crying out loud. Like that's totally different. Like it's way easier to just slam in like really good gear. I've made like tons of like random boots, 35% movement speed boots, selling for several divines, which are also now going down in value because they're everywhere on the market and because people are also dropping them. People are dropping a lot of tiered rares. Gear is cheaper as well, like especially casual mid-tier gear. 35% movement speed boots are cheaper than ever before this league. It's not even close. And then there's all kinds of other like rare gear, triple res, triple tier 1 res gear is cheaper than it's ever been before this league because so much of this gear is dropping in the temple. We have like unfettered access to tiered rare eye level 82 in the temple. Like, this gear is cheaper than ever. Show me a 35 movement speed triple res for 10 div. That's like an arbitrary number. You're just arguing that 10 div doesn't go very far, so 10 div isn't even that much now. 10 div is less than 1 whittling omen in a ritual. Like, it's not even that much. Get it out of your head that 10 div is a lot of currency. It's not a lot of currency now. See the shadow? Oh. I don't know, maybe I'll go check my my sales thing. I'll probably find movement speed boots in there that aren't even selling for that. Like with a good base even. No, if I remember, I'll go check. I bet you I got a pair sitting right now that's just like rotting. A pair of really good boots that's just isn't even selling because the market's saturated with those kind of boots. At the price where you said like 60, 100 divines. Of course, they're not selling for that. You keep arguing with me like this, I'm gonna think you're not arguing in good faith. That you're just rage baiting. You're not countering anything I'm saying. Like the actual substance of what I'm saying. The economy fluctuations and things and what the experience of, and what casuals are able to do with a league in this environment. Oh my god, I didn't get a single luck. Well, well, well. Had 14 Spy Masters, no luck. I think I had the one from before. Got a lot of spare rooms though. Well, I better do the extra rooms this time. Terrible RNG on this one. Affliction League, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're arguing about the crazy inflated economy of this league and how much you hate it, then you must have invariably hated Affliction League for the same reason. Because that was a way worse case than this.
I cannot.
90%, you know, 90% of players couldn't be bothered to learn how to do the Wildwood in any real min-max capacity to get the most out of that. That's why Action didn't go core. They weren't. No leagues were going core at that time. They brought it back just like they did some others. I'm perfectly fine with them making changes to tempo, making it a little bit less. I'm not arguing that it should be dropping the exact same amount of loot next league that it is now. I never said that. I am suggesting that people like yourself are blowing this way out of proportion about how awful the economic situation is. You know, especially for like casuals who have it way easier in many other aspects because of what the economy is doing. That you're just taking all that for granted. You're just turning a blind eye to the positives of it, like the cost of crafting, especially. Perfect Exalted Orb being a prime example of what I'm talking about. The people in SSF would beg to have access to Perfect Exalts the way people in trade have access to in this league. Beg for it. So you're kidding yourself if you think otherwise. All right, we got to see what happens here. We got a lot of rooms to spare here. This is gonna probably get deleted. No, I got really lucky there. That's why we have extra rooms. Wait, I didn't lose any of this? That's nuts, dude. What? Can't get any. Oh, that's good. What in the world? Stupid, I should put other rooms there. Okay.
Hail.
I mean, look at this. It's not 35, but it's 30%. All tier 2 plus. Res, rarity, hybrid res, life, any shield evasion on the best base for any shield evasion base. Not even selling for 1 divine. %35 boots. All top tier. Life, evasion, 35%. Dex, double res. These are garbage. My other ones have sold. Let me see what my boot sales are. 12 div. The 30 div boot sales are probably triple res. Although I can't see it. 40 div. Almost certainly a triple res boot. Either that or it was like Sakema's sandals with like perfect prefixes. And 2 res. How long am I playing this league? At least till the reveal of PoE 1, at least. Presumably we'll play the PoE 1 league start, but this will be the first time we're calling the question of even that, maybe, because this is fantastic.
These stones are veiled magics.
Baseline mapping. Yeah, that's why in the very beginning of what I was saying, I prefaced it by saying, if you are somebody who is like, if your red line for the situation of this league, if your red line is, if your stipulation, maps must be the best content in the game for farming raw drops. If that is a stipulation you put on yourself, on the devs, on the situation, then I cannot argue against that. I mean, that's actually, when you really think about that and dissect that, it's extremely restrictive to make such a claim, but it is a standard, a gold standard that many people feel, shall we say, that maps are supposed to be where the primary source of raw drops are. But that's the only concession that I make on the argument that I'm expressing. Everything else, I don't see how anything I'm saying is wrong or off. Like here's an interesting thought exercise. What would you guys think if in PoE 1 mapping Scarab, the combination mapping Scarab map mods was such that in maps are the place where you get the most amount of raw drops up until the point where you hit like tier, I don't know, depth 500 in Delve. At depth 500 in Delve, it starts to go outscale like the best of what you can do in maps. Maybe not 500, maybe depth 1000 or 2000. I don't know, wherever it's like really hard to get. Think in terms of like how long it takes to get to that depth in Delve compared to how long it takes to get a really good temple, for the sake of argument. Would that absolutely devastate the game, PoE 1? Like, would that just be like the worst thing ever for the game, if that was the case? Keep in mind, you can still map for, you know, tier 3 or tier 17 bossing fragments, and I would still be doing my Delirium's eye level 84 cluster farm. Like, there's many things you can't farm in Delve, but like raw drops, Delve would actually be the best at the super top end. You don't say anything off because you got isn't anything? You guys just wanted to argue? True. True. Okay, let's say in order to reach 500% more loot, you would have to be Steve. You have to go like, you know, 10,000 floors or something. Like, that's the only way. Like, let's say it was like, to get numbers like that, it was an unethically amount of time investment to go that far. The likes of which, you know, like not even 0.1% of players would do, or access. But like they could still access, you know, 70-80% of that value by going, you know, more shallow, whatever. That would be awful. I wouldn't see that as awful, because you're talking about, like, I'm presenting a scenario by which, in order to outcompete mapping drops, you have to invest at least like a month of gameplay, playing like 8 hours a day every day for a month straight, in order to reach a point where you're like meaningfully outscaling all that. You already know live. People have things to do outside. People have thousands of ARPGs to choose from, and PoE 1 is like one on the extreme end of the spectrum that appeals to people who have no life. I am most certainly not going to apologize for that. There should be such game. There should be such a game that appeals to a no-lifer more than any other game. To think that that shouldn't exist is an outrageous supposition. Like you're just being outrageously selfish. Go play a different game if that's how you're going to boil down the argument. You got a family, you got things you got to do, go play D4. You got money you want to spend, go play Torchlight. You got some balance, you want better balance and cool crafting, go play Last Epoch. I don't know, like I just named a couple big ones, but there's so many more games that I've never even heard of. There has to be a game reserved for... But I want nothing to do with a pay-to-win game. I don't go to Torchlight's chat and start complaining about how their game is pay-to-win. I just simply don't play that game. Like, see ya, goodbye. What are we even arguing about? Why do you come into PoE's environment and complain about how convoluted, how complex the mechanics are, and how, you know, demanding it is to get to the top end, and the amount of time you have to sink into it? Why would you even complain about that? Like, who are you to say that who are you to suggest that such a game shouldn't even exist? Where are people like me even supposed to go? What about the person who wants a no-lifer game that is not pay to win? Like, I'm sorry if the developers of PoE do such a fantastic job making a game that's cool and interesting and balanced, and it just happens to be also a game that's incredibly time intensive and demanding. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that those two things are linked together inextricably. There's a reason why those two things are part of the same conversation. It's almost like what you really want is the same thing I want. You're just mad that you don't have enough time to do it. Do what it takes to get to the same level. Sad little man-child. Can't invest enough time to play the coolest game on Earth. And I don't feel sorry for you if you're just gonna complain about it. There's a reason why GG is trying to accommodate casual. No, I think you misunderstand. I don't think GG is trying to cater to casuals. They're trying to cater to new players. There's a difference. I was a new player of Path of Exile 1 at one time. I was never a casual. Not even on my first day of play, especially on my first day of playing. My first day of playing involved playing for like 10 minutes and doing 30 minutes of research, and playing another 10 minutes and then doing another 30 minutes of research. That is the antithesis of a casual, but that was my first day experience of Path of Exile. And as such, it was a lot of your guys' experience in your first day of playing Path of Exile. And I was enthralled by it. I loved it. I mean, it sounds ridiculous on the surface, but the experience of it and how it just draws you in like that. And then you're like, wait, this works like that? Oh my god, I gotta look this up now. Whoa, what? This is what? And there's so many of those moments on day one. Opening up the passive tree. You're like, wait, there's links? Wait, I can have like way more power by linking these skill gems? What? You know, that's like phase 1 of 100 phases of learning the game of Path of Exile. But it's because of the outrageous overlayering of systems and such that it's good. Now, it's not very new player friendly because, you know, the linking system and colors and chromes and things in PoE 1 is very... It's too much power, too much strength in a character too soon for somebody to not be aware of it. And so they have to kind of remove it from the equation there. But it can ease players into all kinds of systems that increase your player power and demand and time and all that stuff. With you know, it doesn't have, we don't have to have a Chrome linking system like they have in PoE 1, obviously. So as long as there's still an incredible amount of depth and demand of time, knowledge, gameplay at the end, it's okay. Well, I got some locks this time, so that's good. I can get a little concerned. Oh my god, I don't have a... Wait. Really? I don't get a... I don't get one? Oh no. I have to exit the hard way. I don't get... Okay, whatever. I don't remember if there was one or two more.
These stones obey old magics.
The long run. I didn't even see that one. What the hell?
Hold this medallion.
Need to use that one too.
No matter the path, I'll walk
If you compete with the top tier players, you're gonna suck the fun out of it. If you are pretending to be a top tier player and you try to compete with them, yes. If you see yourself as a top tier player and endeavor to in that pursuit, and whether you fall short or don't, you enjoy the process, then you're not gonna suck the fun out of it. It's taken me a very long time to get this temple built. Longer than I thought it would. But I've had a lot of fun. I've had way more fun this league than last league. Even still. And I enjoyed last league a lot more than the league before that. Last league was all about crafting. I got really into the crafting system with desecrated currencies and making currency that way. But that's not fundamentally the way I want to play. I want to play by, you know, killing monsters and getting loot, mostly. Nevertheless, I still enjoyed it for what it was. It was different. This is way different than what I garnered my enjoyment from the game last league. This is totally different. I don't even remember if that was the only... I should have... I don't understand. Did I... Maybe I miscalculated how many Italians I had. Or no, okay, I locked... Yeah, that's right. I locked something first. Oh! That was it. Yeah, that was the other one. Okay, Thaumaturge is good to grab. That's actually a really important one to have. Still stayed. Crazy. Oh, that's funny. Well, I should probably start building this up. Yes, I should. Ooh. Absolutely can. Making progress. Not exactly what I was looking for, but this is an interesting twist. This is why it's nice to set up things so you can possibly do many different things. So I figured I would get like Alchemy Lab and... Or wait, no, I do have this. Sorry. Actually, I do have this. Well, I'm stupid. Alright, either I can put Alchemy Lab here and... I mean, it's the same either way, I guess. I put Alchemy Lab here, Thaumaturge, Corruption Chamber. Blow this up. Or I could put Alchemy Lab, Thaumaturge, Corruption Chamber. Blow this up. But this is already in place for the other one, so only if I can sustain this. This doesn't actually do any of the hard lifting. So the upside to doing it on the left is that I get another Russian link out of the way. This is the upside doing it on the right is that it safeguards me better in case I get screwed over with locks. High risk, high reward, baby. Let's do it. Alright, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna make sure I get this room. Okay, some freaky craziness happens. We do that. Then we do that. And that's a little bit of progress. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Deletion. Looking good. Looking good. Alright, I'm still gonna lock this though. Going in. The most important. Well, actually, no, wait. I could lose up to 2 rooms. This is 4 deep, that would be alright. Even then I have an emergency lock. Lose 1 room here, be okay. I could lose 2 rooms here, be okay. This link is so much more important with the positioning, though. Actually, not really. Whatever. Lock will go here. Oh my god, dude. I just kind of dawned on me. I'm almost done with everything that's hard about this. Well, everything that's really hard about it. So we have Alchemy Lab, Thaumaturge, Corruption Chamber. I can very easily do Thaumaturge, Corruption Chamber. I even have one on standby here. But the Alchemy Lab will have to be... wait... Yeah. Kind of wish that was there. Ooh, what if I do that? What would this do? I would delete... No, I would delete everything. This would be terrible. Morning! It's a little awkward. I don't want it to end on this spot, because then I'd still have to lock these up here, but... oh well. This will have to be the deletion square. We already got that down, although it'll probably not survive. I'll have to wait for another copy of it. I have to get a corruption chamber now somehow. And then that's going to be unsafe as well. I have to get a corruption chamber, alchemy lab. I need a corruption chamber, alchemy lab, and this to proc again for the remove. That's not asking too much. And I just need to sustain 2 or 3 locks every run. I'm probably safe because I could delete 4 rooms, it'd still be fine. Right. Okay.
A new way forward.
I'm due for a good RNG lock run, for sure. Only been getting... I've been averaging 2 out of 14 Spy Masters. It's a little weak. Build looks kind of nutty though, not gonna lie. Yeah. Twister Spark. I guess I got burning ground on this map or something? I don't know. I haven't even seen other players do content this league, really, at the high end, so I don't know what other builds are doing, like how good they are. I'm told that Temporalis is the fastest build at Temple, though. Who knows? And that it's like a multi-mirror tier build. Go better, baby. Better be the best. No locks yet.
You challenge the challenge.
Not yet.
Reroll. Let's give me the other medallion. Restricted room one.
Perhaps you will be able to practice that.
I think one of my problems is too many of my rooms aren't upgraded. Corruption chamber, big room there. Big medallion. I actually need that. I need corruption chamber and alchemy lab, and that's it. So if I get the sacrifice plus... If I get the sacrifice card plus an alchemy lab show up in the same thing, I just finished that link. Except for locks issues. I'm really wanting locks more than anything right now because I've been shortchanged on those for a while. It's starting to get a bit ridiculous. At least I got that locked already. I really need at least one lock here. About to go... Yeah, I'm getting less than 2 locks per run out of 14 Spy Masters. Really shitty. That's really bad RNG. And that's like consistently less than 2. Yesterday I had a run where I got 5. You need Delve in your life? You got Delve. It's called the Atlas in PoE 2. Same thing. I imagine Delve enjoyers are like the angriest. And how the Atlas turned out, they probably hate it. Oh, they either love it or hate it. They're like, this isn't the Delve I signed up for. Yo, give me my locks, man. Making this harder than it needs to be. Another restricted, 3 restricted room. Imagine having no Sim City though, and being stuck with no locks. You lose so much progression. That's another thing I don't like about the idea of doing the simple version, is that what happens if you actually get like royally screwed on locks? You can't even like sustain 1 lock for a temple or 2. You're gonna lose so many rooms. Whereas I might lose like 1 or 2, probably. Has anybody been like 3/4 of the way done with their temple, and then like they got, even with a bunch of spy masters, they for some reason didn't drop any locks and they just like lost a bunch of rooms? Yeah, I'm about to have 0 locks. That's shitty. I can survive probably, but it might. A garrison room? Why? Stop giving me rooms. I need rooms. I probably will want that garrison though after the next. To be there. Oh, for 13. Regular version can only use 1 snake. Yeah, with like 10 plus spy masters. Oh, for 13 is the 14th and final spy master here. See if I can get 1. One. We got 1. Hallelujah. Good, because I could have very easily ran into a situation where I got that alchemy lab and the sacrifice card next round, and then I couldn't use them because, or well, I would have made like no progress anyway. Stack decks, you know, they still need. I think stack decks is a mechanic they're saving for like the rainiest of days. Whenever inevitably like the entire community turns on GG and PoE 2, they're gonna follow it up with like, hey guys, check it out. This league we're coming out with stacked decks. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, everything I ever said is off the table. I love stacked. I love this company. I love this good pod. You just know that that's the reality of it. I can't really use any of these rooms. Guess I'll put that there. Actually, before I grab that lock, damn it! Yeah, bro. So much lightning everywhere. I don't have any headhunter buffs yet. Wait, what am I doing? I should grab the lock. I'm gonna use it. Give cards chase uniques. Yeah, guys. Alright, I got the perfect solution next league. What if they don't nerf the temple, but they introduced currency divination cards that can be target farmed in maps only? Gee, I did it. I did it. I fixed the game. Alright, I fixed the game without breaking it. I did it. I just did it. I just did it. Is that not a brilliant concept? House of Mirrors. House of Mirrors will drop in Sun Temple, probably.
Medallions rather beautiful.
Like Mine Shaft. No. Ad Divinatino. Divinatino. Divinatino? House of Mirrors will drop from an Asmiri touched rare that can only be found in Sun Temple. And that's only when we figure that out. Like it'll be hidden. It'll be hidden first. Like we won't know. Oh, shit. GGE loves doing crazy stuff like that. You meet all of these conditions. Alright, House of Mirrors can only be dropped from an Asmiri touched rare from Sun Temple if you have every single square filled in your Val Temple. Because get it, they're both temples. What? What? Could go way down the rabbit hole on this. I know they're only level 1, but they could drop a plus level medallion, right? It can happen. It can happen. Ugh. Oh, dude. Who? Drop anything. Fine, I'll do the rest. There's no mob in here. How are there no monsters in there? Okay. I just need them to come out with a hotfix. The only hotfix I want to see in Temple is Thaumaturge is now upgradable by connecting to the Corruption Chamber. I would be on cloud 9 if they did that. Get my level 3 Thaumaturge chains. Oh my god.
You have made a great mistake.
And an undo button. Well, I'm not stupid, so I don't need an undo button. I never make a mistake with my rooms, ever.
You have made a great mistake.
No regrets. No regrets. Double chaos.
You reek of stupidity.
Come on, level 1 Thaumaturgy. No, dude, this room never drops any medallions. And monsters don't AFK in the quarters. I could get behind that, actually. Still didn't pull anything from here. That's crazy, dude. Alright, I need Corruption Chamber. No, okay, we're re-rolling, obviously. Nothing. Nothing. Why does this room gotta be shaped like this? I can't use it though. Guess that doesn't matter. Yet. Need alchemy labs bad. Crazy though, it never deletes this command. I used to have been having trouble with Headhunter switch and was wondering if you could give me a quick rundown what's allocated with weapon set, what needs to change after the Headhunter switch. I'm forgetting at this point. With Headhunter, if you're still using Tangle Tongue, you can't do CI until you get rid of Tangle Tongue, have a real physical weapon sphere. You got to do enough cold damage without elemental twisters, and enough physical damage with the regular weapon to both break armor and freeze enemies, preferably with no elemental grounds. You can then definitely swap off of the boots and the ring. A lot of it is getting a real good weapon, with or without plus prog skill. CI requires a good weapon. Getting rid of the boots and ring require a good weapon. You need like big flat cold or really big flat fizz and or cold rolls on the rings, which you would add an extra ring. To be fair. Some people want to use the life leech gloves, but you don't necessarily have to. I recommend it. Especially when you have a regular weapon. You get rid of, after soul tether is dropped, you get rid of, what's that thing called? What? Life Leech 3, I guess? I don't remember. Life Leech 3, I think was support gem. Another Garrison. I don't need Garrison, do you?
This medallion's rather
Perhaps you will be able to practice that.
Does any of that make sense to you? Might be having a record-breaking dry spell here with extremely low number of lock drops. Probably better to craft one without prog first. Attack skills. Suffix attack skills and onslaught. And crit. Doesn't have to be triple fizz, just needs to be high fizz. Actually, double fizz and black cold would arguably be best, I think. That would give you way more flexibility on the ring. Flat damage. Any advice on how to learn about how to make perfect temple? I mean, you're gonna have to learn about all the weird texts on that, and I don't know. I know Fubgun made a video recently. Milky BK has been a good source, but not really for the perfect temple. More on the easier side of things. I'll be coming out with a video at some point, especially on this temple. Thank freaking God, I got a destabilization. Holy cow. Yeah. So what you do is you do prefix only. I mean, the prefix omens are expensive this league, but you know, just like everything else. You'll spam prefix omens until you hit preferably decent, like tier 1 or tier 2% fizz damage. And then you can keep using prefix omens to reset it with the essence. So you never have to pay like a null omen price for it. I got a Gollum works now. What? Yep. Yeah, so you get the high eye level. That's the cheapest way to repeat high eye level desecrations. And the reason why you're going to go for percent is because that's so hard to slam. So the hope would be your, as you do that for your 4th modifier, eventually you would, you know, after you hit something like that, you do a double exalt, perfect exalt slam, and hopefully one of those hits is a high tier flat fizz at the very least, and then the other could be whatever it is. And then you can whittle to your heart's content after that, if you want to, spend way more currency on it, depending on how it turns out.
Devout.
We're tired of getting almost no locks in these runs. Yeah, the weapon is a big upgrade. If you're still using Tangle Tongue, you get a good weapon. It doesn't necessarily have to be insane. A Corruption Chamber. I already have one of those. Okay. Another Corruption Chamber. Let's see. I can use that. Like, wise, spend most of your currency crafting a spear. Yeah, if it doesn't exist on trade, something you're looking for, otherwise. I mean, when you get to crafting with whittling omens, I mean, you 500 div ain't even that much. When you start factoring in, like, if you need to, like, whittle 1 or 2 prefixes, I mean, you'd be paying more than 500 div to hit good on that on average. So just keep that in mind. You can settle for way lower tiers, but obviously you get to use perfect chaos orbs for cheap this league, so that's nice. Alright, so I only got 1 lock again. It's so unlucky, man. I mean, it should be like alternating. Sometimes, you know, 1 lock, sometimes 3, sometimes 4, sometimes 2. Instead of just like 1 every time. Several times in a row. That's really bad. If I wasn't doing that SimCity approach, I'd be fucked right now. Working for the most part. I haven't had to lock the bottom chain in a long time. Huh. Okay. Do it. I mean, I have to slam a bunch of junk. Slam that yet. You know what happens when someone kills the architect in a perfect layout? sounds catastrophic, though. Ooh, I'm definitely not going to test that one for science. Nope. Oh, I shouldn't have put that there. That's stupid.
New way forward.
Wait, actually, wasn't that? Didn't I have another lock? I thought I had another lock. Maybe I do. No, I can't remember. If I do, it's only one. Be somewhere near the top. Oh, yeah. Watch out for them leeches, man. I feel like griefing is not... I don't know. Actually, Pee-wee does an incredible job of, like, anti-griefing mechanics. It's pretty hard to grief people in this game, I feel.
This medallion's wrong.
If it's perfect and he doesn't go anywhere, maybe. I think this is where another... Oh no, maybe it was just the Gollum works and I picked up the
This medallion's wrong.
lock. Yeah, actually, I think that's what it was. Ironically, I could lose one corruption chamber and not really mean anything because I have an extra one now.
No matter the path, I will walk it. Meet the dreamer.
Go in here. Damn, I get lost in here. I just now realized I'm pushing up against the architect on 2 different angles. It's never been a problem though. Hello, you have a few recommended lineups for me past season, but this season I'm playing Amazon Team. Team Amazon. Alright, cool. Hope it's going well. Amazon's still a legit good Ascendancy. I assume you mean for Twister.
You have made a grave mistake. Meet the dreamer.
Well, thanks for your comment, dude. One level generates more +1. Level 2 or level 3 smithy. Well, I mean level 3 smithy, I guess, but it's actually the Gollum works, not the smithy. Level 3 Gollum works is the target farm for plus level rooms. Which is a really annoying room to keep up, of course. The fucking Gollum works. We prioritize spy masters first, and then probably their garrisons typically after that. Unless you have a specific situation where, like, for example, if you're doing the Gollum Works smithy start, you can level up your smithy, so you'll have a level 3 smithy to go through at the start of every one of them instead of level 2. That would be nice to do that. So a lot of starts are Gollum Works into smithy. Those smithies are level 2 automatically, so you get the Val Infuser, and you'll get some more medallions that way. Yeah, I think it's garrisons mainly, and then after that, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably going to level my Gollum Works just to try them level 2. Asked. Got lucky. Rooms suck, dude. They frickin' suck. Keep putting that there. Should be... Feel like in your situation for max medallion generation is worth leveling Gollum Works now? I actually don't know, but I assume there's no difference between level 1 and level 2 Gollum Works. As far as your chance to spawn their medallions. So my incentive to level Gollum Works is mainly for loot, more than anything. Playing Pox League tomorrow? No. Wait, Pox has a league too? Isn't Dead Rabbit's league starting right now? Barrel? Or today? Same time? Oh, they both have leagues? Or are they the same league? It's like a max roll league or something, right? That's what I heard. Or no, not max roll. It gets too switched in my head. Mobilytics League. I rated Arrow yesterday. I guess he's with Max Roll, and he was talking about how major Mobilytics League. But he was like the black sheep of it or something. I don't know. We want to do a temples, man. I know, dude. Ah, you can do a temple in a new league. I mean, it makes sense maybe if your temple's totally scuffed now. I guess. Yo, I swear to God, if I get like one or especially no locks on this run, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. I did abuse the medallions to get myself like extra rooms, so it's pretty funny. Like I filled out the temple more because of the medallions. Clear this many rooms, you get a lot of medallions.
A place of perpetual motion.
Alright, back onto the lock train.
Back to
Perhaps we will be able to wrap this up.
First, Spy Master spawned a reroll medallion. Oh, of course. God dang it. I want that when I'm comfortable with locks, not when I'm uncomfortable with locks. Oh, there we go. I got a lock from a different room. Ha ha. Ha ha. Another reroll? What? Bruh. That's cool though. That's cool. I mean, give me a chance to get the alchemy lab and... Well, actually, I need an alchemy lab medallion. Actually, I could get arsenal or smithy medallion instead. I actually have a lot of choices on how to make that connection. The current temple you're building, is it a lot better than the one you wanted to build 4 days ago? A lot better? No, but it is better because the architect in the middle is better. It's not like a lot better. I updated that temple layout I'm going for is in real time as fast as I could. Just kept changing because I kept learning, you know, better layouts and stuff. Everybody was going through that though. So if you're looking for the literal best, it's not the one from 4 days ago. But again, it's still like, I mean, basically that one is just a one room short, essentially. It's just one room short. Well, to be fair, my mind has been changed a little bit on whether it's worth spamming Gollum or smithies a little bit. I think it actually is when I looked at the numbers. I also couldn't even see the numbers before. One thing that was screwing me over is I couldn't see the diminished return numbers on the site because it wasn't updated. Now it's updated. Now we have a better outlook on what the actual numbers look like and a good way to balance your temple. Like how many of each room you want to have based on where the numbers shape out. It turns out the diminished returns on some of the rooms is actually pretty harsh. Yeah, just stick with it. You'll be happy with it. Yeah. You might want to rethink like Gollum or smithy chains, though. Maybe. Another reroll. What the heck, dude? Hello, Sats G. How's it going? Alright. Alright, I would much rather have too many medallions than not enough, so I will accept your rerolls.
The vow of many The vow of many unseen. You challenge the depth of the
Nice, I actually do drop some loot now. Because I have to have at least one alchemy lab up.
The vow of many unseen. The vow of many unseen.
Any rooms? I don't know. How many rooms is that? A lot of rooms. It's not an efficient type room types though. Oh yeah, it's a pain. I almost got the really hard part done. I'm one alchemy lab combined with a sacrificial chamber card away from having the really hard part done.
Of many
I just need those 2 rooms to show up at the same time, or get an alchemy lab. An alchemy lab, and or Garrison. Right. Yeah, anyway, it's a little tricky. Commander. Commander.
Not spent.
This precursor. Ah.
No matter the path, I
They're tinks now? Well, I mean, they were before. They might not really be now. They were worth like several divines each before. The unique abyss precursor, by the way, not. Yeah, now they're like less, way under a divine, I think. I don't know. I mean, nobody wants to farm abyss, right? So I bet you like overrun abyss precursor stuff is like that shit's probably really lucrative right now, especially.
Place in
Do want to win the rest. The stakes are really high right now. I really should do full clear for every, because if I can get an alchemy lab medallion, that'd be great. If I could get another reroll or another lock, that'd be great. Temple looking big. I know. I made lots of progression yesterday. Had some pretty good RNG in the past 24 hours. And some really hard setups. I mean, this time yesterday, this time I didn't have any of this middle stuff at all. None of that done. It's two major tech spots. How much rarity? Full temple? If they're all level 3, it's like right at 1,000. If they're level 3. I think it's like 11 Spy Masters and 5. I think it's 5 Alchemy Labs. The most impressive thing about the temple I'm doing is 800%, over 800% chance the monsters to have an additional modifier. That's 7 corruption chambers and 8 thaumaturges. That's going to be high on that end, and I'm a big believer in the meat sack stuff, so I went a little high on that side. You had 1,000 recently? I mean, you might have been in here. Congrats on your mirror, by the way. You might have been in the conversation yesterday about whether tier 2 or tier 3 is better for alchemy labs because of the gold. Does gold get in the way? What's your thoughts on that? I don't know if people have been taking that seriously or not. No, I'm taking this super seriously right now. We're spending extra time in the temples. Make sure we need to get, this is vulnerable. 4 rooms back, still okay. Only get 10 to 12 div per 70 rooms. Yeah, that is low. Wait, what? That's like super low, isn't it? I was saying like 40, 50 div per run is like the top end solo experience. I mean, somebody said Spicy Sushi was doing that. I don't know. I don't know what the new benchmark is for temple. Pretty fun seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah. I mean, I thought they were talking about Raw Div too. Okay, I got 3 rerolls.
Medallion for you.
Is Fub even done with this temple? Because he wasn't done with it yesterday. Okay. Is no good. Reroll. Oh man, it gave me the sacrifice chamber. No alk lab. Is there anything I can do with this? Right now, if I had an alk lab medallion, I could finish this. Right now. I think the card has a higher chance of showing up than otherwise. Drop it here. Oh my god. Guys, very important moment here. So I picked up all these rerolls, man. Guys, it's happening. It's happening. One of the biggest moments of the temple right here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even if this gets deleted, it doesn't matter. I can always replace it. Look at that. Star-studded chain right there. Ooh. That's a freaking monster. That's a monster. No, it doesn't matter. If this dies, I can keep putting it on there. I can always put a corruption chamber off of a thaumaturge. You can't put a thaumaturge off a corruption chamber, but you can always put a corruption chamber off a thaumaturge. So it's a done deal. This will eventually just die. I'll save that for a bigger deal later. Definitely add that clip for the YouTubes. Okay. I still can't believe I never got a level 3 surgeon works to do any limbs. I guess I'll just do it with a final link before I literally finish or something. I don't know. Never gonna do it. You run the alk. I mean, I can lock the corruption chamber, but there's no point in doing that. This can sit here for all day long, and it's fine whenever I want, whenever it's convenient. When I see a corruption chamber show up on the left, I just throw it here, and eventually it will win the 50-50. It does not matter. I'm not gonna be moving around up here for a long time still. Next on the agenda is stockpile locks primarily, because I'm gonna start want to get ahead on that because I'm going to start letting this all fall off. And now we need to work on this and that and the corruption chamber. Wait a minute. I'm so retarded. I'm so retarded, dude. Oh my god, wait. Oh no, actually, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't make any difference. I randomly put my sacrifice chamber down in the spot right next to where it's supposed to go. In the end. Right. Instead of where it should go. Yeah. It's supposed to go here. I should put it here. Should put it here. But not actually because it's going to be a final slam at the end. So, next on the agenda, aside from getting locks, is letting all of this decay out. All of it's gone, and it's going to drag this back. Once this spot disappears, I can put a Gollum works here. And then lock it if I have extra locks. If not, well, yeah, I will have to lock it either way. Because then what will happen next is this will disappear. And then I put a smithy here. But I can't really do any of that until I get this figured out. So I got to get the swap on down here at the bottom. I'm supposed to connect this way. Let me actually verify what my plan is from here. This spot basically doesn't exist. Alright, this is essentially we have. I'll build this out to this slowly. This will disappear, and then it actually needs to just sit there though. I can't put a Gollum works on it yet, so we'll get this down to here. Basically, the path is. Well, I guess that would disappear too, huh? That's fine. Path or generator here. Doesn't matter which. I mean, hell, it could even be a thaumaturge. Something that connects to this. Now, from here, when I can, I will drop this and then kill that. I still need to. No, I don't need a sack in Gollum. I need the sack for this maneuver here. This connects it back this way. Actually, I can pull it all the way back here. It's going to drop that many spy masters anyway. So we'll be back in lock territory over here and here. These two locking right here. Now at this point, this will be path. Gollum works. Lock this. And then this will disappear. And then it's smithy. And if I have a lot of extra locks, I lock both of these. Or sorry, a smithy and that at the same time. If I have plenty of locks, if I lock both of these, then that disappears. Okay, and then this gets re-upped over here. And then we do this. This will take a couple of locks as well. And let that disappear. And then that's it. Done deal, basically. And then this is continuing on, like it shows in the guide. That's it. It's not that complicated. It's the only real. It's a little tricky with pulling this back, but you know, I'll have to do the sack chamber transition first. I don't technically have to because I can actually just do this already. Sorry, this is an option. This is actually what I was gonna. I'll prepare for this just in case, and the sack chamber comes. If the sack chamber comes early, and you know, I'm like right here or whatever. And let's say whichever one I pick up a medallion for. Let's say we're just right here, and let's say I pick up a thaumaturg's medallion. I'll prep it like this. And whenever the sack chamber comes along, slam it, boom, and disconnect here. So I don't technically have to to have it like totally finalized, because then later I can still do this. Like this still works after the fact. Wait, oops. Sorry. Wrong thing. Yo. It'll be a little more annoying though. Yeah, so sorry, there we go. And then that'll rot, which is fine. Doesn't matter. And then hold that. And then boom that. And then I would have to lock. I mean, shit, I'd have to lock like all four of these. It should be awkward, but it'd be better if I can get it down at the right time, but I might get unlucky with the cards there. Because here then I still have to like, you know, do this afterwards. One final major maneuver, but like the real drama is done now because I now no longer have to try and lock three snakes at once. I was basically, for the longest time, I've been working 3 snakes at once. And now I'm finally down to 2. After all this time. So I will lock that, and we'll start with this. We'll see what cards I get. I'm gonna drop a lot of loot next time. I never had this much rarity. A tier 3 and a tier 2. Might actually see some real loot, boys. So I guess I'm gonna play it safe. I just want to make sure I stockpile my locks in good form before we start. I've never been this deep into a temple without a Sim City at all, and so I know that, you know, it's going to be a different game now where I have to make sure I have 2 locks at all times.
A new way forward. provides.
The vow moon on.
Still get unlucky with that many Spy Masters? Yeah, sure. I had occasionally I'll get like only one lock in 2 full runs. That's like the worst I've seen. So it's like 1 lock in 28 Spy Masters, I guess. I've never seen anything worse than that. Well, I think actually one time, I think my dry spell, technically my dry spell is like maybe like 25, 0 and 25 Spy Masters in a row. Something like that. So, alright.
You challenge.
No mana.
Lock room.
Meet the dreamer.
Tier 5 Sakema Sandals. Always a fun drop.
You challenge.
I'm hearing more sounds come out of these mobs than usual. Another lock. Not necessarily tinks, but I'm hearing more banging and popping off. Loot's popping a little bit. Wait till I have I only have 2 alch labs. Wait till I have 5.
The vow.
Oh my god.
Many
It's gonna be crazy. Who mirrors any time now? Bruh. Ooh, oh, that key is still there. It'd be pretty funny. It'd be pretty poetic, actually, if now that I've finally dropped down to 2 snakes, I just start getting flooded with lock. Like, oh, thanks, guys.
The mighty fall.
Perhaps you will be
Need more mana. Not yet.
the vow. Many on.
Yeah. 3 div? Already? 4 div? Oh, man. I've never seen drops like this. I've never had this many rooms and actually had more than 1 alch lab down at once. Let alone a level 3 alch lab, which might as well be 3 level 2s. Ooh. Oh.
I cannot.
Coming back. I am about to lose that Alclad though. The other one.
Need more mana.
Yeah, yeah, you just need like a couple alchemy labs, basically is all you need. This has made me kind of realize that when I suggest a leveling strat for this temple, I'm definitely going to make it I'm going to have it start with a couple of alchemy labs. Because it's just way more loot than you would get normally for all that, you know, to endure all that pain for nothing. It's like I basically almost never dropped divines this entire time until like basically right now. And that's days of work, you know, not dropping divines when I could have been. They should probably, you know, take that aspect more seriously for the sanity of the play. Dude, what the hell? How many is that? What? I've dropped 7 this run. Another one. Funny thing is, the monsters don't seem any harder than they did before. They don't even feel any tankier. I don't know if they are. It must be. Well, I do have like a really nice Gollum works. So I'm getting a lot of... I'm pumping a lot with my Gollum works now. Wait, they have 10 plus mods each? No, they don't. Oh, they do have a lot of mods. That too. Well, actually, no, right now I only have 4 corruption chambers, and they're only level 2. So imagine when I level these up. Yeah, and then rare monster effectiveness too. Oh my god, that'll make them harder for sure. I only get my 2 locks, even though I got them really early.
The vow.
I'm unable. Need more mana. Not yet. Meet the dreamer.
Which one's been the coolest? Oh, this one's the coolest for sure. Strongest has been Deadeye. I wonder though, in the end, if I get like a level 40 spark, I actually wonder if this one isn't stronger too. A divine from a construct mob. Alright, that's a first. That's a first. Must be that crazy shrine of empowerment. Whoa. Dude, imagine I actually drop divines from construct mobs and nobody else does because my temple's better. Oh, I went there. I went there. Two divines from construct mobs. This is so fulfilling, guys. Actually seeing loot drop for the first time. Knowing it, calling it out first, I was like, whoa, I actually have rarity for the first time. A little bit. What was my rarity number? 441. That's a higher than I expected. I only have 2. There's no diminished returns, I guess. So that's almost half of what I'll have. Well, no, it's about a third of what I'll have. Okay. Oh, geez.
Back to the soil.
Soil her glory!
You won't catch me farming lineage gems. I never even gotten a Rakietis flow, and I've done like 50 of those things in the past 2 leagues. I'm over it. Really like 0 for 50. Forget it. Ooh, Garrison. Garrison. Do I need Garrison anymore? I will later, but not now. I think I can delete the Spy Master, though. Probably not going to lose that. Corset spawn there. I could have literally done it. I could have literally done it. No, I can't. I thought about placing that there. I really did. I thought about it. Tile away. 1 tile away. Okay. Flesh surgeon. Or what now? Just in case, I guess. Oh, it is level 3. Huh. Well then. I gotta get some limbs. One chance. One chance to get limbs. Oh god. Alright, yeah, I think we're good. Just need more locks.
New way forward.
A little bit of a problem if I don't get any locks on this run.
You challenge the test.
But I mean, I still got the stuff in the middle, so it'll probably be fine. Oh, this thing stayed? Wait, both of them stayed? Why? Why did both of them stay? It's weird.
The vows of many
I get the same rarity power as I did last map. I've never solely relied on locks, ever in my temple creation process. Always had stuff out in the middle to help protect, and I feel like I've been rewarded handsomely for doing that. It's been pretty remarkable to me how rare I've lost, how rare it's been. I mean, it almost never happens where I actually lose a meaningful room that I couldn't lock. Like in a primary chain or something. There have been times I couldn't lock.
the vows.
What room increases unique monster effectiveness? There are actually a lot of unique mobs in these runs. Gain deflection rating. Percent evasion, total evasion on the helmet. Total evasion. It pulls off total evasion. Evasion.
Your challenge.
It's not particularly great formula unless you're like really hard stacking evasion, and even then it's just kind of a gimmicky defensive layer. Alright, one lock. Flesh servant. Okay, flesh surgeon. Maybe there will be a flesh surgeon temple someday. A unique monster farm. A unique meat sacks farm. Holy. I don't think so though. Can't boost the modifier. Not when you can boost modifiers on monsters. Rare monsters. And 2 mirrors farming sanctum. Wow, dude. Easy. Nice.
You challenge the first to the best.
Three currencies on my filter off 1 mob. That's rare.
Perhaps you will be able to have this. The vow of many unseen.
Get to see Snoo back in his wheelhouse. Dropping loot again. This is barely scratching the surface. Still got more temple constructing to do. Makes the stream title look appropriate.
Perhaps you will be able to have this.
30% attack speed, wing sliver, what? Like I'm once again only gonna get 1 lock. What in the world?
Of many unseen.
Feels so much fun to watch. I'm glad. Don't look too hard. You burn your eyeballs out. Whoa. Whoa. I feel like I could possibly drop a mirror as early as now with this loot.
You challenge the
Imagine being one of the first people to have seen loot like this drop in the temple. Like one of the first to be hogging crazy. Like every room is a tink almost. What? Actually, this is a way bigger tink. Way bigger than a tink. A destabilization save room. So much bigger than a tink. Right now, anyway. Yeah, I don't know if Chaos Orbs will be on my filter much longer, guys. Although they kind of went up in value. These things. Like every room I'm getting a Divine Orb. What? You roll cards, huh? Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. Dude. What is this? is this? Alright, let's see if an arsenal has any loot. Okay. Okay, I mean, technically some loot dropped. What are these considered? Beasts? Way too dank. I'm still gonna go back in and do Gollum Works chain. I should honestly probably save a lock back in case I have a totally dry run. Could happen. Had a vendor for locks, 100 div a piece. Bruh. I don't know about 100 div. I mean, if you were gonna lose your rushing chain for it though, yeah. Like after the fact, you definitely would. You know, after you had like a totally finished S tier temple. True. I just had to let go of 2 protection medallions because I'm full of them. That's like me saying yesterday how I deleted 2 Spy Master medallions because I don't need them anymore. All the people in chat trying to get the Spy Masters are so mad. Oh my god. I swear a level 1 Gollum Works never drops a medallion though. What in the heck? No tinks, it was a construct rooms. Of course no tinks. Oh, amount of you did automatically. Wow. Even still. That was 15 divines in 2 runs? Or was that 1 run? I don't think it was 1 run. think I can technically connect this, although maybe not. Am I able to do depot Alclab here? I don't think so. Not if... I don't even know. Question is, do I even want to? I don't think I want to. I don't want to mess with that. Well, there you go. Ta-da. Still short. Short on locks, so I'm still gonna keep pumping this.
No matter the path, I'll walk it. Not yet. I'm unable. The mighty Thor.
Perhaps the end will
Currently got crossbow 35, 32. Oh wow, I don't know anything about crossbows. I don't know how they scale or how important any of that is. Somebody else might answer it. I've literally never used a crossbow except one time to get +2 level of spell gems. Oh, this caster start.
I cannot.
You challenge the best of the best.
One luck. Wait, I'm gonna get even more loot now. I'm gonna get even more loot because I got an extra alchemy lab. Ooh, nice. 2 locks, quick.
Back to the soil.
Third lock in a row off the wrong room type. Whoa. Well, alright. I was overdue for this, so. There you go. There you go. Oh yeah, divine orbs too. Can't forget about those. Almost forgot those. I'm here for those too. I'm starting to come here for those. I'm starting to. Okay. Take another lock though. Lock. No. Getting like 4 or 5 chaos per room almost. Except that room. Arcelus? Say. Warlocks, 1 room, 1 temple.
Another medallion.
Zenith's gloves probably can corrupt into something good, right? Out of my way! So, those of you who are farming like multiple divines per run, do you even pick up any tiered rares, like any of them? Surely you still pick up like tier 5 rare Sechemis boots. This just actually has a decent chance of being valuable. They are hidden. Why though? Oh my god. 5th destabilization. Tier 5 rings? I don't think I would ever stop looking at tier 5 Sechemis boots at least.
Perhaps you will be open to
what I can wear. Trying to build a barrage set to both weapon sets, and it was killing my DPS. Shouldn't kill your DPS, but yeah, you don't want to have it set to both. There's no reason not to put it on one. Faster cast. But naturally, you would naturally use it on one anyway, because you use it while you're whirling slashing. So it'd be very rare that you wouldn't automatically do that. Regardless. Thinking about league starting. Hollow Palm, Flicker Strike next league, and saw you made one before. Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty good in its conventional sense. We kind of lost a lot of the tech with Herald proliferation. It was pretty awesome in conjunction with that build. Also, Hollow Palm did not end up being very good with Flicker Strike, it looked like, because it had some kind of buggy speed issue, although that might have fixed itself. I don't know, I haven't visited it since then. I haven't given it enough of a look at again in recent times to be able to really speak on it. Definitely a nice one though. Yeah, maybe Hollow Palm with like slower attack speed won't bug out. The thing is, when I scaled like a bunch of evasion in 0.3 and I tried Flicker Strike, it was like I mean, it was pretty insane. You would teleport so fast that it would your chain would be broken. It would just instantly be broken. I think because the game couldn't handle it. You were like outpacing the server tick rate or something on Flicker Strike, so it would just stop you. It was something like that. They're kind of hilarious, but you know, not good in terms of practical gameplay. Yeah, so you want to challenge the server tick rate, but not destroy it. Don't need level ups. Level me up, please. Ooh. Ow. The way I'm going to be building the temple can be done from multiple angles. Let's see. Level rooms are so rare. Must be like a diminished return on these dropping these medallions as they get more rooms or something. I got one in like 25 at tier 1 workshop or something. I can't complete this chain yet. I'm just gonna delete the room itself. A little bit more stockpiling would be good. I need a thaumaturge. This is like the first time that I've been in a situation where it's like I'm literally just waiting on a thaumaturge to show up. I have no choice but to just sit on that. I guess I have a choice. I kind of need 2 of them to show up.
No matter the path, I will walk it.
Did I see the bug of the Immersive Fury not spawning? No, but I did have one time when I deliberately ran that floor and I was looking forward to my, at the time, like 5 divine payday. And yeah, I looked everywhere. I scoured the map and I ran over it again. I was like, where the hell is this boss at? And I just thought it was like a fluke or something. Didn't know that was a legit bug. Chris says, hey Snoop, was been around for 2 weeks, so out of the loop, only heard the economy is broken now. Can you give me what's up? Alright, it's a League mechanic, the Val Temple. It is probably the most time-consuming, time-intensive, demanding build-up League mechanic that we've ever seen, but it is more than... It offers us more than fair share of rewards for having done that. People who do this are dropping loot almost the likes of which we saw in Affliction League in PoE 1. At least on a scale of PoE 2, well, on scale to what PoE 2 has to offer in terms of loot drops, I would say yes, it's kind of the equivalent of... Yeah, imagine Affliction League, except you are building something like the Syndicate instead of doing a Wildwood. Imagine building the Syndicate, but like 5 times more convoluted or time-consuming, 10 times more time-consuming, and then drops loot almost the likes of which a good Wildwood map does. Every time you go in, and you can preserve the temple, and it doesn't reset. So people who go through that process, people who do all that, they are dropping loot. I mean, right now, I'm just starting to get into that territory, and I'm spamming Divines now. Suddenly, because I finally got a couple of the right rooms in my temple. I like the investment into the mechanic is completely free. That is an interesting one, yeah, that it's completely free. Another divine. Finally sustaining waystones for real too. That's nice. Why, by the way, why is there a +1 to level of all cold gems notable, but not for the other 2 elements? Where's the +1 to level of lightning gems? Well, I would have loved it for Spark as a potential anoint. That's why I'm like, lame. Lame dude. King is fire. Yeah, I know. Hey, man, I anointed that back in like 0.1. I'll have you know. The simultaneously needed fire res and was getting ignite into the build or something. There were very few sources of it as extra fire. There was the climate change one, I remember. It was too conditional though. Halfway done with these, but 0 locks so far. Huh? This precursor. Oh! Spoke too soon. Too soon.
You challenge the thing to the test. Challenge the thing to the test.
Dang, dude. We up in here. Be locking things down.
Medallion's rather beautiful.
Now I'm getting the locks. Spamming the locks. Now that I don't need them as much. Festival Tiara, tier 5. You know what? I'm not gonna get that one to do that.
You challenge the thing to the test.
Did they say Temple's going core for sure? I mean, I think it is, but has it been declared? What the hell? Another lock? Dog. To a point where I'm not gonna have to do. If I just get one more, then I can basically bounce out of here.
The vow.
I must maintain a fine balance.
I mean, that could be a literal personal upgrade for me, potentially.
The vow.
Alright. I did it. I'm plus 2 locks on 2. And so now I now I now have 6 locks in the bank. We did it. I think I'm in the green now. For tearing down the Sim City. I think that basically puts me in the green. No more risk. Hopefully. Hopefully no more risk. Break this down. What the hell? Oh wait, what? Oh. I'd already locked that one. Huh, didn't realize. Okay. I see, okay, I'll do that then. Converted your whole Twitter build to chaos in one Twitter build. A Twitter build. Yeah, how long have I been at this? 6 hours. I'll be going pretty soon. I started streaming much earlier than usual today, so it's right around dinner time.
I'll hold this medallion. Hold this medallion. Hold this medallion for you.
Alright, this finally happened. We'll get that in shape now. Stay lock. It's getting a reroll. Thaumaturgy does not exist. But now I only have to run the temple until I get 2 locks. So that's good. I might as well slam this stuff. Last temple run. Not really exciting, just gonna run until I get 2 locks, and then we won't even see the next cards. I need Thaumaturges, though. But now I don't have to run as much of the temple each time, now that I'm loading maximum locks. Just keep it at the max at all times. I'm fast. Can you believe I'm gonna like leave this temple that drops a divine like every other room? Just leave. Like it's not even worth. Crazy.
You challenge
Yeah. Oh, it's already. Oh, it's not. Let's see what would have happened.
Reveal your
Ah, it is
worth.
+4.
You challenge the gift of the best.
I've still never dropped the. Not dropped that helmet, the +4 helmet. Vertex. Can't believe I haven't seen that thing yet. I guess I'll run the Gollum work still. I mean, it's super annoying. I don't have
Place in perpetual motion.
any level plus level stuff.
Back to I cannot.
Yeah, but I got a lot of Gollum works. I got a bar of experience at 99 for all this. Sure is rare, alright. I mean, eventually I have 1 or 2 tier 3 Gollum works. And they'll come in on the regular, but like, bro. Really rare. Oh, I forgot to whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, it's gonna be falling apart real quick. Woo! So the next 4 spaces that'll get deleted are these. When that happens, I can do Gollum works here. But, I mean, first I need... She just keep this going for now. I really need to get Thaumaturge, Corruption Chamber, this can be either a Thaumaturge or a Generator, and then I really kind of need a... I need a... Yeah, I'm gonna need a Generator Medallion, I just realized. I'm gonna need a Generator Medallion. So that when I'm locking the Corruption Chamber here, and then when if I have a Generator Medallion, the Sacrificial Chamber spawns, I can slam it down, put it in, loop the whole thing, delete this square, then all of that can get deleted, and then I can finish this line up here and then progress to the rest of the end. And then deal with these 2 are easy at some point when I'm floating extra locks. Yeah, the last big thing. Just gotta get the Corruption Chamber and then... I mean, it's simple when it's there. Just slam it in and delete the thing at the same time. And the chamber itself makes the connection. Although if I get it in advance... if I get it in advance, then I'll lock it at the end and then wait for a Generator to spawn with the sacrifice card at the same time. That would be the other option. That's more realistically probably what's going to happen, because I'll have these 2 and then I'll get Sacrificial Chamber. I will have no access to a Generator at the time. And I'll have to wait on those 2 to show up at the same time. Be another 10 to 20 temples from now on average probably for that scenario. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking real good. Temple is in the description of the YouTube stream, or... Here, this is, to my knowledge, is the best temple out there. I'm not exactly sure how I want to approach the first YouTube video. I think I might just call it the experience of laboring through the experience of laboring through the temple, you know, something, I don't know, not that wordy, but the experience of building an S-tier temple or something like that. The experience of building the best temple. The experience of building an illegal temple. The experience of building an unethical temple. Ah, I might do that. I might have to use that word. That would trigger people. The experience of building an unethical temple. And I have so many like clips to show, and then I'll be explaining all that stuff. Join the dark side of the... No, I haven't. I don't know yet. The good news is I'll have to decide on that for a while. I will sit on tier 2 for a while, and then maybe we'll jump through. But I'm getting a lot of loot now. The worst thing that could happen is I get a strong sense of my divine drop rate per temple, and then I upgrade all my alclaps, and then my divine drop rate goes down. I'm gonna be coming after you if that happens, because I have no way to fix it. Almost no way to fix it at that point. Yeah, so we're gonna leave you there. I'm gonna get some dinner, and I really should stream earlier because I don't have to like be quiet, you know, it's not bedtime. Still got some energy for the day. Feed off that hunger energy. I'm so happy though, like this is the last 36 hours have been tremendously productive for this. Whereas like the previous 36 hours before that was basically got nothing done, got screwed over and over and over again. So everything works out in the end. Even if GGG, you know, it'd be hilarious if GGG came out with a patch right now that deleted the unethical connections. Oh my god, because I just got them done. That'd be crazy. Imagine. I have a legacy. I have every difficult connection of this temple has been made. Like Russian tech style stuff. You guys wouldn't believe how quick and easy the Gollum thing was for me. It got done real fast. That's crazy. This one was a bit more of a headache. This one took longer to do. But it should have been easy. It should have been easier than this one. But that's the way the chips fall sometimes. Were they Russian? No. No, they were roaded. I use roads for everything. Roads and sacrifice chamber or just YOLO. Like if you put an alch chamber here, you can put a thaumaturge here no matter what. If you put an alch chamber here, you can put a thaumaturge here no matter what. So you just build it out and just put them there and then fill it out and then like lock the corruption chamber between. It's not a guarantee, but there's a halfway decent chance it'll delete one of the roads. Like one of the roads. Doesn't even matter which one it is, as long as it's one of them. And then, you know, you build it out from there. Preferably it's one of like, well, it doesn't matter the first time, but preferably it would be you would stay on the outside. So you only have to lock one side. Like not the middle and then staying in the middle. Yeah, but some people are confused how to finish this loop here. This will involve, first of all, I gotta switch the sides. That's the first thing I have to do because then I'll delete these things here. And the starting point will be like this instead. Then the road will have a chance to collapse when this spot, and then I will lock this spot so it deletes down to here, and then I put Gollum Works down. I need to save one Gollum Works medallion, hopefully. Let's put Gollum Works down here because it'll be on the road, so it'll go. There will be nothing here. And then when that gets put down, lock it. This falls out, and then I have a Smithy Lab next and a Gollum Works here. And then the connection has been made. And if I can, I lock these, and then this road will die off, and then it's done. You just work it backwards. Call it the decaying road strat or something. I don't know. I don't know what it's called. Not called anything. I invented it. Out of thin air. Maybe. Yo. Yo. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. Just realized. I gotta see the card next time. I wasted a lock, maybe. Nah, probably not. Probably won't get a thaumaturge. Do I agree that building and running a temple is actually a great League mechanic? Yes, I agree. It is a great League mechanic. I think it's... I think in an alternate universe with very slight changes to how they went about all of this, I think it's the best League mechanic they ever made. The concept suggests to me that it could have very easily been the best League mechanic they ever made. If you just boil it down to the concept of what it is. You imagine all those room rewards, all those tile set rewards. You try to imagine like a growth of rewards rather than like it's set like this. Oh, here's your not perfect exalt bench. Yay. And then you go all the way up here. It's like finish temple, crazy loot. And there's like no bridge. If you try to imagine an actual like curve of progression and feel good of doing the temple and that sort of thing. If you imagine that they didn't nerf it, buff it, and then nerf it, and then piss everybody off. Those two things alone would have made this an S++ tier League mechanic. I still consider it an S tier League mechanic. Still, even with everything that happened. Black screening, you guys. Alright, we'll get out of here. Miso Shiru will do. Alright, we're rating Miso, and then I'll be back. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I think I'll be making a video on this instead. Making video stuff. Done many streaming days in a row. And I need to work on other things. Maybe I can work on the guide as well. Anyway, enjoy Miso stream if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, we'll see you next time in a couple days. Good luck on your temples. Videos coming soon about how to do this, if you didn't already figure it out.